Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Locked at the Ghost Station, Vanished Trucks and Silent Voices. I never thought a way station would stick in my head the way this one did. I pulled in there every Tuesday morning, around 7:15 a.m. sharp. The routine was rhythm: slow down, flash the lights, roll up the window, and wait for the inspector to wave me through or call me inside. Simple. The kind of monotony that lets your mind wander without worry. But last Tuesday, when I made the turn onto the access road, the gate was locked. Tightly shut, old chain link and padlocked, the kind you'd expect to see after hours, not at peak inspection time. I slowed, puzzled. The sun was just creeping over the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and orange streaks. The air smelled like a mix of baked asphalt and something faintly sour, like old grease left out in the heat. I tapped the mic on my radio. Way station, this is truck 45, requesting entry. No response. Static hummed back. I tried the frequency again, then flipped through the usual channels, but silence. Just silence. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Shuffling, deliberate, coming from behind the gate. Soft, like someone pacing. Then low voices, muffled, indistinct, almost like a conversation, but I couldn't make out a word. I squinted toward the shadows just beyond the fence. The morning light was thin, and the trees lining the lot threw long, skeletal shapes across the cracked pavement. I rubbed my eyes. Maybe it was just other drivers waiting for the station to open, or workers already inside. But the gate was locked. No one was supposed to be in there. I reached for my phone to call dispatch, but it buzzed with a dead battery warning. That was odd. I charged it the night before. Probably just cold weather messing with the battery life. I cursed under my breath and focused back on the sounds. A faint thud. Then a scraping noise, like metal against concrete. I leaned closer to the window, the glass cool under my fingertips. The voices got clearer for a moment, low and hurried. I caught a word: gone. Or was it come? Hard to tell. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence. I blinked. Nothing moved. No one visible. The trucks. The big rakes that usually line the station's bays. All gone. I scanned the lot. Empty. The faded yellow lines cracked and flaked from years of neglect. No trucks, no people. Just me and the locked gate. I tried the radio again. Dispatch, this is truck 45. Anyone there? No answer. Not even static this time. My skin prickled. I turned the engine off, and the sudden quiet felt too heavy. Outside, a dry wind stirred loose gravel, rattling the side mirrors. I could taste dust on my tongue. I glanced at the GPS. It showed the way station, marked in faded gray, but the last update was weeks ago. I'd seen trucks parked here before, morning after morning. They didn't just vanish. Maybe I'm imagining things, I muttered, but the words sounded hollow. I knew how that sounded: driver fatigue, maybe too many hours on the road. I rubbed my face, trying to shake the unease. The radio crackled faintly, a ghost of a hiss, then silence again. I flicked the switch off and on. Nothing. I thought about backing up and finding the next stop. But my load was time-sensitive, and detours weren't exactly welcome. Besides, I was curious. Annoyed, even. Why would a way station be closed with no warning? And who was walking around inside? I grabbed my keys, stepped out into the cold morning. The air was sharp and smelled faintly of burnt oil and pine. I looked around. The gravel crunched under my boots. A distant dog barked somewhere, sharp and lonely. I walked to the gate, pressed my ear to the chain link. Nothing but silence. No footsteps. No voices. Then I heard it again, soft murmurs, so low I almost missed them. Not coming from inside, but from the tree line just beyond the lot. A cluster of trees, gnarled and dark, their branches scraping against the sky. I stepped back, heart picking up. I should have felt relief. But the cold had settled deep into my bones, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, tasted metallic, like I'd swallowed pennies. I shook my head. It's nothing, I told myself. Just the wind. Or other drivers. But as I climbed back into the cab, I noticed something I hadn't before. A scrap of paper caught on the gate's chain. Yellowed, worn at the edges, like it had been there a long time. I reached out and pulled it free. Gone, it read in shaky handwriting. No signature. No date. I frowned. The ink was smudged, like someone had pressed their finger hard against it. Below the word, a faint circle, almost like a stamp. But the details were indistinct. A chill ran down my spine. I folded the paper and slipped it into my jacket pocket. The engine roared to life, breaking the silence. Headlights caught the empty lot. No movement. No sign of life beyond the locked gate. I pulled away slowly, glancing back once. The voices. The footsteps. The missing trucks. The note. Something was off here. I didn't know what, but I knew I'd be back. I always came back to this spot. And next time, I'd find out what was really going on. The night swallowed the lot as I disappeared into the shadows. Questions clawed at my mind, refusing to settle. The morning light crept through the cracked blinds, slicing across the floor in thin, pale lines. I'd barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard footsteps behind the locked gate, muffled voices that didn't belong to anyone there anymore. The trucks had vanished for weeks, yet the sounds persisted. That didn't make sense. It couldn't. Coffee steamed in the chipped mug beside me, its bitter smell anchoring me to the present. I downed a sip, grimacing at the burnt taste. The day stretched ahead, thick with uncertainty, but I knew I couldn't ignore what was happening any longer. The radio crackled quietly from the corner of the room. I flicked it on, scanning channels. Static. No response. Not a single voice. The silence was louder than ever. I tapped the mic, tried calling out. Nothing. I leaned back in my chair, fingers drumming. I had to get back there, to the way station. Not just a quick look this time. I needed to dig deeper, figure out how this place could be so full of sound and yet so empty. I grabbed my jacket and keys, the scrap of paper folded in my pocket. The air outside was damp, carrying the faint scent of wet asphalt and distant pine. I kept glancing at the sky, gray and heavy, like it was holding its breath. The drive was quiet, the road slick with last night's rain. As I neared the locked gate came into view. Just like before, it was sturdy, unyielding. I pulled up slowly, the engine humming low. Then, the voices. Low-pitched, murmuring behind the chain-link fence. My throat tightened. I pressed my ear closer to the gate, careful not to make a sound. Think they'll come back? A male voice, rough and tired. Not sure. It's been too long. A woman, calm but strained, The words were vague, but the tone was unmistakable: fear, maybe frustration, or something worse. I swallowed hard. The lot itself was empty except for the faint outlines of trucks parked days ago, their shadows etched in the grime on the pavement. I leaned in, eyes scanning every inch. No movement. No sign anyone had been here recently. A sudden clatter echoed behind me, something falling over in the bushes. I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing but empty air and the rustle of leaves. I shook my head, trying to steady myself. I pulled out my phone and dialed Mike's number. He was my closest contact in the freight yard, someone who understood the weirdness of the way station better than anyone. "Hey, Mike," I said as soon as he picked up. "You still got those trucks? The ones missing near the station?" He was silent for a moment. "You mean the ones from the north route? They haven't been seen in weeks. We thought they'd show up by now, but nothing. Any word from the drivers?" Radio silence. No calls, no check-ins. Just gone. I told him about the voices I heard, the footsteps, the conversations. He laughed nervously. "You're messing with me, right? Nobody's been there. The place is locked down tight." I know how that sounds, but I swear, voices. People talking. Maybe it's a prank? You sure you weren't hearing things? I rubbed my forehead. I don't think so. I'm going back tonight. Want to come? Not a chance. You're on your own with this one. We hung up. Mike's skepticism made sense, but also made me feel more alone. I needed proof. Real evidence. Back at home, I pulled out a map of the area, marking the way station and the routes the missing trucks were supposed to take. Patterns started to form, a web of detours, dead ends, and places where signal dropped out for days. I noticed a small service road looping behind the station, a narrow path that didn't show up on most maps. I'd never taken it before. Maybe that was the missing piece. That night, I drove back, parking a little way down the service road. The air had turned colder, and the wind carried the sharp scent of damp earth and gasoline. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and felt the weight of the darkness pressing in from all sides. I crept closer to the gate, flashlight in hand. The voices started again, low, urgent, like a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. I edged along the fence, trying to catch more words. "Can't keep hiding. They'll find us. We don't have a choice. If we leave, it's over." The words hit me like a punch in the stomach. Who were they? And why was I hearing this here, in a place I was told was deserted? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the fence, just out of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows as reach a shadow moving swiftly. My breath caught. I called out, voice trembling, "Hello? Who's there?" No answer. The figure vanished. I stood frozen, the cold seeping through my jacket. Then the footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling me from the darkness beyond the gate. I wasn't alone. The fear in my chest tightened, squeezing air from my lungs. I backed away, heart hammering. The voices faded, footsteps retreating, leaving only the heavy silence. When I got back to my truck, my hand shook so badly I almost dropped the keys. The radio remained dead, the silence unbroken. I sat for a long time, staring out at the empty lot, wondering how deep this went. I wasn't just chasing ghosts or echoes. Something was wrong. Something dangerous. And now, I was part of it. The scrap of paper pressed in my pocket, its single word gone, felt like a warning. Not just about the trucks, but about me. I shook my head, forcing my fingers to steady. Tomorrow, I'd come back. I had to. One way or another, I would find out what was really behind that locked gate. The night didn't get any quieter. I pulled the scrap of paper from my pocket again. Gone. One word. No explanation. No signature. Just a warning, or maybe a threat. I wasn't sure which. The paper felt damp, stuck to my fingers like something slick. A chill ran down my spine. I knew I couldn't turn back. Not now. The gate sat locked, bars gleaming faintly in the weak glow of the street lamp. I tried the handle again and again, no give. But the voices, footsteps, muffled murmurs, those hadn't been my imagination. Whatever was in there, it was human. And it wasn't friendly. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the lump of dread building in my throat. The smell of diesel and old rubber filled the cab, mingled with the faint scent of damp earth and something metallic like blood, maybe? I couldn't tell if I was imagining it. The night was playing tricks on me. I debated my options. Drive away, pretend none of this had happened. Or push forward, figure out what was going on behind that gate. But the radio's still silent, the truck's missing for weeks, the locked gate, I was caught. There was no easy way out. I wasn't just stuck at this way station, I was trapped in whatever nightmare had settled here. A sudden noise made me jump. Something banged against the metal gate. Hard. Sharp. Echoing through the empty yard. I froze, breath caught in my chest. Another bang, then another. Someone or something was trying to get out. Hey! I called, voice hoarse, barely more than a whisper. I'm here. What do you want? No answer, just more bangs. The metal groaned under the force, but the gate held fast. I grabbed my flashlight from the dash, the beam cutting through the darkness, and aimed it toward the source of the noise. Shadows shifted just beyond the fence line, silhouettes moving with purpose. I thought I saw a hand, pale and frantic, pressing against the chain link. But when I blinked, it was gone. I swallowed the sudden rise of panic and tried to steady my voice. Look, I don't know what this is about, but you need to stop. I can't open this gate. The footsteps returned, but this time they weren't circling. They were marching away, deliberate and slow. The voices whispered, indistinct but urgent, fading into the night. I exhaled, a shaky breath that fogged the glass. Was this some kind of sick game? A trap? My mind reeled with possibilities, none of them good. I reached for the radio again, flipping through channels, calling out. Dispatch? Anyone? Base? Come in. Static. Nothing. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, frustration and fear tangling into a tight knot in my gut. There was something wrong here, something I hadn't accounted for. This wasn't about missing trucks or locked gates anymore. It was bigger. Worse. Then I noticed the tire tracks. Fresh. Muddy imprints leading from the gate into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. Someone had been here recently. Or maybe they'd never left. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out, the cold air slapping my face, the gravel crunching underfoot. My flashlight flickered with a weak battery, casting long, jittery shadows. I followed the tracks a few paces, heart drumming louder with every step. The woods were silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant howl of a lone dog. The smell of wet earth and decaying leaves was thick. I knelt down, touched the mud, sticky, cool, unmistakably fresh. A voice whispered behind me. I whipped around, flashlight swinging wildly. No one. Just the trees, bending in the cold wind. I shook my head. I was losing it. Maybe sleep deprivation. Or maybe the whole world was twisting in on itself. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Closer this time. Not circling, but approaching. I didn't turn around. Instead, I whispered, if you want me to leave, say so. Otherwise, stop with the games. The footsteps halted. A long silence stretched between us. Then a voice, low and steady, barely audible. You're already in it. The words sank in like ice water. I wanted to ask what it was. Wanted to demand answers. But the grip of fear had me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket, the screen lighting up. A message. Don't trust the radios. They're listening. I dropped the phone, heart racing. Who was they? Who else was here? And why was I being warned? I turned back toward my truck, realizing I couldn't stay out here. Not alone. Not vulnerable. As I climbed inside, the radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't static. A voice, distorted, mechanical, but unmistakably human, cut through the silence. Turn around. Leave before it's too late. The speaker hung up with a click that echoed in the cab. I gripped the wheel, eyes darting to the gate, to the shadows beyond. There was no turning back now. Not really. Whatever was behind this gate had me. No more questions. No more chances. Only the long, dark wait for what came next. The engine roared to life, tires crunching over gravel as I eased forward, every nerve screaming to flee. But the air thickened, heavy with something unseen, an oppressive weight pressing down from the trees. Ahead, faint lights flickered, beckoning or warning. I had crossed a point of no return. The engine's hum was a low pulse beneath the sudden silence that had settled around me. I sat frozen, hands clenched on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the locked gate ahead. The flickering light from the booth cast long, jittery shadows across the cracked pavement, making the darkness beyond feel alive, like it was breathing. The voices I heard earlier were gone now. Just the faintest echo of footsteps, as if someone or something had slipped away. My throat tightened. The warning on the radio still buzzed in my mind, turn around. Leave before it's too late. I stared at the gate, at the chain link fence that had held back the trucks and whatever else lurked inside for weeks. The trucks that had disappeared. The drivers who hadn't answered their radios. It didn't add up. The radio crackled again, but this time it was only static. I twisted the dial, scanning every channel, every frequency, but nothing answered. Not a single voice. Just silence. I exhaled slowly, trying to shake the cold sweat pooling in my palms. My fingers itched to call dispatch, to tell someone, anyone, what I'd found. But there was no point. They'd probably think I was losing my mind. Or worse, that I was involved. I glanced in the rearview mirror, catching my own pale face staring back. The dark circles under my eyes looked deeper than ever. I hadn't slept properly in days. The weight of everything was crushing, and yet I couldn't stop. I had to know what was behind that gate. I shifted the truck into gear. The wheels crunched forward, gravel scattering beneath the tires. The gate didn't budge. Locked tight, just like always. But the voices returned lower now, more urgent, like whispered arguments just beyond the fence. I pressed my ear against the window, straining to make out what they were saying. Nothing clear. A breath. A cough. A name, maybe. Then a laugh. Jarring. Out of place. Human. I hit the horn, once, twice. No answer. The smell hit me, then a sharp, acrid tang mingled with something else. Metallic, like rusted iron and burnt rubber. It wasn't unfamiliar. It was the smell of fear. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. What was I doing? I couldn't just walk into this place. Not without a plan. But curiosity gnawed at me. It was the same curiosity that had pulled me here in the first place, that had kept me awake at night imagining what might have happened to those missing drivers. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. The voices faded again. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a sudden clang. I jerked back, eyes wide. The gate shivered as if someone had just slammed it from the other side. My breath hitched. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. Anybody there? No response. Just the whisper of wind through dead leaves. I glanced around, the hair on my neck prickling. Something was wrong. Not just the locked gate or the missing trucks, but the way the place felt like a trap. The radio sputtered alive one last time, a distorted voice whispering, "Don't come closer." The speaker clicked off. I swallowed hard. The truck felt smaller suddenly, the cab a cage. I wanted to drive away, to escape the suffocating dread settling over me, but I couldn't. Not yet. I grabbed my flashlight from the dashboard and stepped out into the cold night air. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the cracked pavement and weeds pushing through the cracks. My boots crunched softly as I approached the gate. I pressed my hand against the cold metal. The fence seemed unnaturally cold, almost icy. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I still can't explain it. I could hear breathing, shallow, ragged, from the other side. "Who's there?" I whispered. No answer. Then a sound, soft footsteps moving away, fading into the shadows beyond the fence. I took a step back. The gate was locked, but the voices were real. Someone was inside. I fumbled for my phone, fingers trembling, and dialed dispatch again. The line rang and rang, then cut to voicemail. Nothing. The isolation hit me like a wave. No signal, no help, no backup. Just me and whatever this was. I looked up at the booth's flickering light. It cast long shadows, making the place look like a set piece from a nightmare. I noticed a small door at the side of the booth, slightly ajar. Curiosity won out. I edged toward it, flashlight trembling in my grip. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow stairwell descending into darkness. Cold air spilled out, smelling of damp concrete and something else, something sour and old. I swallowed hard. I hesitated. Should I go down? Was I insane? But then, what choice did I have? My feet moved before my mind caught up. Step by step, I descended into the darkness. The beam of my flashlight danced over cracked walls, peeling paint and rusted pipes. The air grew colder, heavier. My breath fogged in front of me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below, a low murmur, indistinct but urgent. I strained to listen. Help. Trapped. Don't trust them. The words sent a shiver down my spine. Not just fear, but something deeper, desperation. I swallowed, heart hammering against my ribs. The stairwell opened into a basement-like room, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb overhead. Shadows clung to the corners like cobwebs. And then I saw them. 4 figures huddled together, faces pale and drawn. Eyes wide, scanning the darkness. "Who?" I started. A woman stepped forward, voice hoarse. "You shouldn't be here." Neither of us moved for a moment. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. I swallowed again. What happened? Where are the trucks? The drivers? She glanced over her shoulder nervously. They took them. We tried to stop it. But they're everywhere. Who? Her eyes darted to the shadows. The men in the woods. They control this place now. I felt my stomach churn. The stories I'd heard, rumors of illegal operations, missing shipments, were true. And this was worse than I imagined. Why? What do they want? She shook her head. Money. Power. Control. They don't care who gets hurt. A sudden noise cut through the tension, a low rumble, like a distant engine. The others froze. The woman's eyes widened. We have to hide. Before I could ask where, footsteps echoed on the stairs. Heavy, deliberate. Closer. Panic surged through me. I backed toward the stairwell, heart pounding so loud it felt like it might burst out of my chest. The door slammed shut behind me. Darkness swallowed the room. Breathing. Heavy. Controlled. Watching. I barely had time to think before the flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into a void thicker than night. Silence. Then a voice, calm and cold. You shouldn't have come here. I swallowed hard, hands searching blindly for the door. The wall seemed to close in. And I realized with crushing clarity this was no accident. No mistake. They'd been waiting. For me. For someone. For a witness. I was trapped. And the night was only just beginning. If only I had known. The darkness didn't just swallow me that night. It dug in, settled like cold ash beneath my skin. When the door slammed, a block of silence slammed with it, thick, suffocating, relentless. I remember the way my breathing filled the room, too loud, like I'd never been alone before. Then the flashlight died. Flickered once. Flickered twice. And then nothing but black. You shouldn't have come here. The voice was ice. Clear, calm, deadly in its simplicity. I wanted to scream, to bolt, to do anything but stand still. But my mouth felt dry, the words trapped somewhere behind my ribs. I don't know how long I stayed there. The cold crept into my bones, and I could hear my own heartbeat, slow and stubborn, like it was arguing with the fear. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moved away. The door creaked open a crack. A sliver of hallway light spilled in. I didn't move. The silence stretched on, a testing, patient thing. Eventually, I found my voice. Whispered, barely audible, "Who are you?" No answer. Just silence. When morning finally bled through the grimy window, I was still sitting on the floor, the rough plaster scraping my back. My hands trembled as I rubbed them together, trying to warm the blood beneath the cold skin. The woman from before was gone. The men in the woods, they vanished like ghosts, or maybe they never wanted me to see them at all. I pushed myself up. The room smelled stale, like forgotten memories and dust. I stumbled toward the door, wincing when it scraped against something on the floor. A folded piece of paper. I didn't want to look, but I did. It was a note. Just 3 words, scrawled in uneven handwriting. Don't come back. I shoved it into my jacket pocket and stepped outside. The way station sat empty, the gate still locked tight, the trucks gone for weeks, I confirmed earlier. The voices I heard weren't echoes or hallucinations. Someone else was there. Or had been. They wanted me to know. Driving away, my thoughts churned. The radio remained dead, no crackle, no response. It was as though the world had swallowed this stretch of highway whole. The men in the woods weren't just controlling a patch of land, they controlled the silence, the absence, the fear. I spent the next few days parked at truck stops, talking quietly with other drivers. Rumors drifted like smoke. Missing shipments, unmarked vans, strange patrols at night. Everyone had a story, but no one wanted to get involved. I couldn't blame them. The weight of invisible eyes watching from the trees was enough to keep anyone quiet. Still, I couldn't let it go. Not after hearing that voice, feeling the cold breath of those footsteps in the dark. I started piecing it together, the missing trucks, the locked gates, the voices behind walls no one was supposed to enter. It wasn't just about money or control. It was about erasing presence, erasing proof. I kept the note in my jacket, a constant reminder. A warning. But it also felt like a challenge. At night, the memories replayed. The flicker of the dying flashlight, the heavy footfalls, the voice calm and cold. I wondered if I'd imagined it all. If my mind had twisted shadows into threats. But no. The fear wasn't mine alone. One evening, I found myself back near the way station. I parked a safe distance away, the air thick with the scent of pine and something metallic, sharp. The gate stood the same, locked, silent. I sat in my cab, staring at the darkened lot, waiting. After what felt like hours, I heard it again. Footsteps. Voices. Quiet, muffled, like a conversation held just beyond hearing. I reached for the radio, tuned to every channel. Static. Nothing. Then the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't move. My hands rested on the steering wheel, sweat clammy despite the cool night air. Something shifted in the woods, a shadow moving against the moonlight. I blinked, and it was gone. I knew then that I wasn't dealing with random criminals or a simple smuggling operation. This was something else. Organized. Watching. Waiting. The next day, I reported what I had heard to the local sheriff, choosing my words carefully. His eyes narrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. We've had missing persons, missing trucks. But no proof. Just stories. He didn't sound hopeful. You did right coming forward. But be careful. Some things don't want to be found. I left the station feeling hollow. Alone, but not lonely. Something had cracked in me. The weight of not knowing, the constant question of who would show up next, or if I was being followed even now. Weeks passed. The way station remained locked, silent. The trucks never returned. The voices stopped. Or maybe I just stopped hearing them. I thought I'd find closure, the moment where everything made sense. But closure is a lie, I realized. What I found was a space between certainty and doubt, a place where fear and courage coexist in uneasy truce. I kept driving, but the highway felt different now. The shadows held stories I couldn't forget. I learned to listen not just to the hum of the engine or the crackle of the radio, but to the silence in between. Sometimes, late at night, when the road stretches empty and cold, I swear I can still hear the footsteps. Not just from the way station, but from everywhere the missing trucks should be. A reminder that some gates, once closed, never truly lock you out. Story 2, Trail of False Markings, Lost in the Twisted Woods. I'd been hiking those trails since I was a kid, long before the cabin existed. That morning was cool and crisp, the kind of early autumn air that smells like damp earth and pine needles, with just a faint trace of something sweeter, maybe decaying leaves. I laced up my boots on the porch of the cabin, the wood worn smooth under my fingers and cool against my palms. The sun was just hitting the tops of the trees, casting long shadows through the underbrush. I could hear a distant crow cawing, sharp and sudden, slicing through the silence. I told myself I was just out for a walk, nothing more, a simple, solitary hike before the weekend visitors arrived. I'd brought a small pack with water and a snack, a sandwich wrapped in wax paper and a thermos of lukewarm coffee. I didn't want to be gone too long. Just enough to stretch my legs and breathe. The trailhead was a familiar dirt path, marked by a faded wooden sign with peeling paint. I paused there for a moment, glancing down at the map I'd drawn myself years ago, a scribbled thing in an old notebook. The lines were rough but reliable. At least, they used to be. I tucked it back into my jacket pocket and stepped onto the path. At first, everything was as expected. The crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots, the steady rhythm of my breath, the occasional rustle of squirrels or birds. The forest was alive, but it wasn't noisy. Just the right kind of quiet to make you feel like you're part of something older. About half a mile in, I noticed the first odd thing. The trail marker, a simple red blaze painted on a tree, was missing. That wasn't unusual in itself. Sometimes weather or animals took their toll. But the problem was, I knew exactly where it should have been. I stopped, scanning the trees ahead and behind, but there was no sign of red paint anywhere. My stomach tightened just a little. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd misremembered. Maybe the trail had shifted slightly since last time. I kept walking, eyes sharper now, catching the faintest flicker of red further up the path. But when I reached it, the blaze was on the wrong side of the tree. How? I circled the tree, confused. The same tree. It didn't make sense. That's when I started hearing the quietest sound. Not the forest's usual chorus, but something else, something like breathing, but not my own. I stopped and listened hard. Nothing but the wind, rustling branches, a distant woodpecker tapping. I took a deep breath. Get a grip, I muttered. It's just the woods. You know these trails. I pressed on. The next marker was there, but the item pointed backward. Not just a little off, but exactly the wrong way. I frowned, fingers brushing the bark. The paint was fresh, too fresh, glossy and bright, not weathered like the others. Someone had repainted it recently. Someone who knew I'd be following this path. My mind flicked back to the cabin, to the tiny community nearby. A handful of locals, most of them friendly enough, a few reserved. I'd never had trouble here. But the forest was vast and wild beyond the cabin, and people had a way of disappearing into it. Stories I didn't want to acknowledge. I paused again, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. Not a deer, not a squirrel, not a bird. Just the occasional creak of branches swaying in the light breeze. My hands grew clammy. I remembered then the little radio I'd brought, kept in my pack for emergencies, old-fashioned, but reliable. I pulled it out and flicked it on, static hissing in my ears. I tried to catch a signal, but all I got was that white noise, like the forest was swallowing sound whole. "Hello?" I said, voice low. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I swallowed hard and shoved the radio back into my pack. The trail twisted ahead, narrowing between two thick pines. I stepped forward but stopped short. There, carved into one tree, was a message not painted, but scratched deep into the bark. The letters were crude but unmistakable, "Turn back." My skin prickled. I looked around, heart thudding like a drum in my chest. Who would do this? And why? The forest felt suddenly colder, the shadows deeper beneath the canopy. That familiar comfort was slipping away, replaced by something less tangible. Unease. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of doubt creeping into my thoughts. Probably some kids messing around, I told myself. Or a hunter marking territory. Still, I didn't like it. Not one bit. I kept walking, but slower now. Every snap of a twig sounded amplified. The sun climbed higher, but the light under the trees seemed dimmer, as if the forest itself was tightening around me like a noose. I glanced back once or twice, but saw nothing beyond the usual green blur. Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Not ahead, not behind, but from the side off the trail, just beyond a thicket of bushes. I froze, heart leaping. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice cracked, betraying my nerves. No answer. I thought about turning back, but the path behind me looked wrong, strangely overgrown, almost like it hadn't been used in years. How could that be? I'd walked this same trail last week. Hell, I'd been here every fall for the last 5 years. The idea of being lost, or worse, watched, tightened its grip. I wiped sweat from my brow, tasting the bitter tang of anxiety. I wanted to believe it was nothing. I wanted to be wrong. But as I moved forward, the forest seemed to shift again. A marker I'd passed earlier was now gone, replaced by a fresh blaze pointing deeper into the woods. Another marker appeared where there had been none before, its item twisting in a direction I didn't recognize. I stopped, took out my notebook and checked the map. It didn't add up. I could swear I was walking in circles, but the trees around me looked unfamiliar. The moss grew differently, the ground was wetter, softer underfoot. My breath hitched. I couldn't tell if I was going deeper into known territory or somewhere I'd never been. The radio crackled again, a faint voice breaking through the static, but just for a moment a whisper so low I couldn't make out the words. I dropped the radio. It skittered over the leaves, coming to rest near a broken branch. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers trembling a little. The forest seemed to lean in closer, listening. I told myself, keep calm, keep moving. But the forest wasn't the only thing shifting. I had the sudden, sinking feeling that I wasn't alone out here. That something or someone was watching from just beyond the trees, waiting, silent and patient. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out what. I sat on the damp ground, the cold seeping through my jeans, staring at the radio in my hands. The static was dead now, the faint whisper vanished as quickly as it had come. I twisted the dial again, hoping for a sign, anything. Nothing but white noise. The forest, however, remained alive with sound, a distant bird call, the rustle of leaves, the soft crunch of twigs beneath my boots. Yet, beneath it all, there was something else. A silence, deliberate and heavy, like the space between breaths. I glanced up, trying to make sense of the trees. They should have been familiar by now. I had hiked these trails a dozen times, maybe more. But the bark looked different, rougher, scarred by something I couldn't place. The branches hung lower, blocking patches of sky I usually relied on to orient myself. The moss on the stones glistened wetly in the fading light, but it wasn't the soft green the first knew. It was darker, almost black in some spots. My hands trembled as I stuffed a radio into my jacket pocket. I told myself to stay calm. That was the first step. Keep calm. Keep moving. I pulled out my notebook and flipped back a few pages, scanning the hastily drawn map I'd sketched during my first morning here. The trail markers I recognized, bright orange ribbons tied around branches, were nowhere in sight. I'd passed one a moment ago, or at least I thought I did. Now, it was gone. Vanished as if the forest had swallowed it. I looked around. No sign of the ribbon, No fresh cuts in the bark where someone might have peeled it off. I swallowed hard. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. The radio crackled again, faint and fleeting. That whisper. I caught a word, or maybe just a fragment. Turn, back, or was it can't, escape? The voice was so low, so distorted, I couldn't be sure. I pressed the speaker to my ear, searching for clarity, but the static swallowed the sound whole. Hello? I called, my voice cracking in the cold air. Who's there? Only the wind answered, weaving through the branches with a low, eerie whistle. The sun had slipped behind the trees, thickening the shadows. The forest seemed to close in. I stood, shoving the notebook into my pack, my fingers numb. I needed to find the cabin. That was my anchor. My only connection to the world beyond this shifting maze. But every step I took felt uncertain. The ground beneath my boots softened, what leaves clinging to my soles. I stopped, breath hitching, and scanned the underbrush. A movement, a flicker, just beyond the tree line. A shadow? A trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows? I shook my head. My pulse hammered in my ears. I told myself it was a deer or a rabbit disturbed by my presence. But the way the branches twitched without wind made me doubt it. I tried to retrace my steps, but the trail had dissolved. No footprints, no broken twigs, nothing but an endless sea of green and brown. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by strange shapes and angles that made no sense. I remembered the broken branch near the radio. It looked deliberately snapped, like someone wanted me to find it or to know they'd been there. A sudden noise to my left made me jump. A twig snapping sharply, then silence. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. There was no mistaking it now. I wasn't alone. Is someone there? I called again, louder this time, trying to keep my voice steady. No reply. Just the forest's quiet breathing. I considered my options. Stay put and wait for morning, or try to find the cabin before nightfall swallowed me whole. Neither felt safe. I pulled out my phone. No signal. No surprise there, but the black screen mocked me. The battery was down to 20%. I needed to conserve it. I took a deep breath and decided to move toward where I thought the cabin lay. My eyes darted between the trees, searching for a landmark. Then I saw it, an orange ribbon, fluttering on a branch. Relief flooded me. I hurried toward it. As I approached, my stomach dropped. The ribbon was new, too new. Still damp. And someone had written on it with a thick black marker, "Not this way." My hands trembled. I looked around, heart pounding. Somewhere, far off, a dog barked, sharp, sudden, then silence. I stepped back slowly, watching the ribbon flutter in the breeze. My mind raced. Was this a warning? A prank? Or something worse? I decided to keep moving, but not toward the ribbon. Instead, I veered left, following a faint path barely visible under the leaves. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth mixed with something acrid, like burnt leaves or plastic. I paused. The hairs on my arms stood up. Up ahead, a cluster of trees bore fresh marks, scratches, maybe from a claw, though too neat, too deliberate. They formed a pattern, jagged lines carved into the bark. I crouched down, brushing away leaves to get a better look. It wasn't random. Someone had been here recently. Someone who knew these woods better than I did. A sudden rustle behind me made me spin around, heart hammering. Nothing but shadows. The forest swallowed the sound. I pressed my back to a tree, trying to steady my breath. I felt watched, tracked. Like eyes followed every move, unseen but sharp. I reached for the notebook again, flipping to the last page. I scribbled a quick note, trail markers disappearing. Signs of recent human presence. Feeling watched. Turning back toward cabin but unsure. I stuffed the notebook away and moved on, senses heightening with every step. The trees grew denser, branches scraping at my jacket. The ground dipped into a shallow ravine, water pooling in dark patches. Suddenly, the path ended. A pile of stones blocked the way, arranged neatly like a crude barricade. I circled it, heart racing. No other way forward. No path back, either. I crouched down and poked at the stones with a stick. They shifted slightly, fresh. Someone had been here, making sure I couldn't pass. I looked around frantically. The forest felt alive, breathing against my skin. The shadows deepened. A low moan of wind echoed through the branches, or maybe a voice whispering just beyond hearing. My breath caught. I thought I saw movement, figures slipping between the trees. No faces, just outlines. I blinked. Nothing. Hello? I called, voice small now. Please. I don't want any trouble. No answer but the rustling leaves. I stepped back, heart pounding. If someone was out there, they wanted me lost. Or worse. I turned toward what I hoped was the cabin's direction, but the forest seemed to twist around me. The same pile of stones appeared ahead, then to my right, then behind. The old forest whispered secrets no one dared to hear, even as twilight draped itself over the forgotten path. I stumbled, hands scrabbling at the wet earth. My mind reeled. Was I going in circles? Or was the forest a place I thought I knew, somehow rearranged by someone who wanted to trap me? I tried to steady my breathing, to think clearly. Then, just as the last light faded, I heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping. Wood against wood. Coming from deeper in the trees. I froze. The tapping grew louder, rhythmic, patient. And then a voice, low, calm, just beyond the branches. You're not supposed to be here. I swallowed, every instinct screaming to run. But where? The trees had swallowed every path. The forest wasn't just shifting. It was closing in. And I was the only one trapped inside. I didn't move right away. The pile of stones stood like a silent judge, an unyielding barrier that didn't belong in a forest I thought I knew like the back of my hand. I'd circled it twice already, tracing my fingers over the rough edges of the rocks, trying to convince myself they weren't freshly disturbed. They were, though, too neat, too deliberate. Someone had been here. Someone who didn't want me going any farther. The forest pressed in closer around me, branches scraping against my jacket like fingers. The air smelled damp, but there was something else, something faintly metallic, like the scent of old pennies or rusted nails. I bent down again, this time brushing aside a layer of dead leaves to see if I could find footprints. Nothing that made sense, not human, at least. No boot treads, no shoe prints. Just a patch of bare earth that looked like it had been recently trampled, but by what, I couldn't tell. Okay, I whispered, voice hoarse. What now? The silence answered me. Complete silence except for the occasional drip of water falling from a leaf onto the forest floor. I tried to peer beyond the barricade, but the trees crowded in too thickly. The trail didn't continue. I hit a dead end or a trap. I wanted to backtrack, but the forest wasn't having it. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps to the last familiar marker, the old red ribbon tied to a branch, faded but unmistakable. Except it wasn't there. Not a scrap of ribbon. In fact, The whole stretch looked different. Trees I recognized as maple and birch had swapped places with others I'd never seen before. The ground tilted oddly, like the landscape was subtly shifting beneath my feet. No, I told myself. I was just tired. The sun was low and fading fast. My eyes played tricks on me. But even as I thought it, the creeping certainty settled in my chest. The forest was rearranging itself. I swallowed hard, the taste of dry leaves and pine resin filling my mouth. My hands trembled slightly. I'd been out here before, many times, and never experienced anything like this. The trails were etched in my memory, but now they twisted away like a maze designed to confuse and trap. I swallowed once more, forcing my legs to move. I stepped forward slowly, the crunch of leaves underfoot unnervingly loud. Every few steps, I glanced behind me. The pile of stones appeared again, sometimes ahead, sometimes to my left, sometimes right behind. It wasn't moving, but the way it kept turning up in impossible places made it feel alive, a sentinel watching over this distorted patch of woods. I tried to call out again, louder this time. If you're here, whoever you are, I don't want trouble. My voice cracked. Please, just let me go. No answer. No footsteps. No reply. Just the occasional snap of a twig far off, like something or someone was keeping a careful distance. I thought about the cabin. I needed to get back. Its roughly hewn walls and creaking porch were my only anchor, the one place I could hope to find safety or at least a phone signal. But every direction I tried led me deeper into this twisting, shifting forest. The markers I'd tied on previous hikes' ribbons, scratch marks on bark, had vanished. Even the sun was obscured now, swallowed by a thickening canopy. Then something caught my eye, a glint of something unnatural among the underbrush. A flash of color, too bright to be leaf or bark. I edged closer, heart hammering. It was a piece of cloth, a bright yellow bandana, caught on a low branch. I recognized it instantly. It was the same color my friend Mark always wore when we hiked together. My breath hitched. Mark? No answer. I scanned the woods, every sense straining. The forest was quiet again, but not empty. I could feel eyes on me. Not predatory animals, too still for that, but something else. Human. Calculating. Watching. I remembered the stories I dismissed, rumors about people living off the grid in these woods, odd disappearances, strange behavior from hikers. I'd laughed them off as local folklore, but now the weight of those tales pressed down on me. I was no longer just lost. I was being hunted. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill creeping in despite the warmth of the day. I had to keep moving, keep thinking. I climbed a small rise, hoping for a vantage point. From the top, I spotted a faint trail marker, a carved notch on a tree trunk. But it was wrong. The notch was fresh, the bark still bleeding sap. Someone had made it recently. And someone had put it there to lead me somewhere. I debated whether to follow it. My instinct screamed no, but desperation won out. I had to find a way out or at least understand what was happening. Step by step, I followed the carved notch markers, each one more frequent, more urgent. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and the air grew colder, the smell shifting from pine and earth to something damp and sour. I caught a faint sound of breathing, low and steady, just beyond the trees. I froze. Who's there? I called, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. I moved again, faster now, but careful. The breathing stopped. The forest was empty again. Then I heard it, a faint crunch behind me, like footsteps on dry leaves. I spun around. Nothing. Just trees. I told myself it was the wind, a deer, maybe a rabbit. Anything but a person. But I knew better. I was no longer just lost in the forest. I was trapped in a psychological game, and the rules were whatever the watcher decided. The pile of stones, the shifting paths, the missing markers, the bandana, it was all part of a deliberate design to break me down. To keep me disoriented, isolated. I reached into my backpack, fingers brushing against the small flashlight I packed. The batteries were weak, but it was better than nothing. Mist hung low over the ground, swallowing the shapes of trees and turning the world into an uncertain maze. I clicked it on, the narrow beam cutting through the darkening woods. The beam flicked over the pile of stones again. And then, farther back, between two trees, I saw movement. A figure stepping lightly, watching. Not running, not hiding, just watching. My breath caught. There was no way back now. The forest had swallowed the exit routes, and the watcher was close. I swallowed hard, heart racing. There was no turning around. No escape. Only forward. Suddenly, a voice, low and calm, sliced through the cold air. You shouldn't be here. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The forest closed in, the watcher stepping out of the shadows. The point of no return. The flashlight buzzed weakly against the damp weight of my palm, flickering like it was struggling against the dark rather than just the dying batteries. I held it up, trying to catch some detail between the thick trunks, but the beam barely cut through the fog that had slipped in with the temperature drop. The sour stench lingered, a wet rot that clung to the forest floor, and somewhere close, the low, steady breathing had vanished entirely. I was alone again, or at least, that's what I told myself. I didn't move immediately. Instead, I listened. My mind raced with possibilities. The usual symphony of nighttime forest sounds, the rustling, the distant call of a nocturnal bird, the whisper of wind through the branches, were all muted, like someone had turned the volume down. Mostly silence, except for the faint drip of something falling from a leaf. I felt my breath catch in my throat and my fingers tighten around the flashlight, nails digging into the plastic. My legs were stiff, but I forced myself to take a step forward. Then another. The ground beneath was slick with mud, the leaves soggy and cold against my boots. I tried to recalibrate, pulled the crumpled trail map from my jacket pocket. The lines looked unfamiliar, the paths not where they should be. I could swear the landmarks had shifted, though I knew that was impossible. I stopped dead when the flashlight caught a flash of red tide around a thin branch. A bandana. The same one I'd spotted earlier, the one that had me convinced I wasn't alone in this forest. It was twisted and stained, dangling like a warning flag. But there was nothing else, no footprints in the mud, no signs of recent passage. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. Okay, I whispered to myself, just keep moving. The trail markers were gone again. Nothing but bare trees and shadows that seemed to lean in, watching. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest had become a maze, a living thing that refused to let me escape. The crunch of leaves sounded again, this time closer, sharper, deliberate. I spun, flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing but a broken branch lying crooked on the ground. I wasn't hallucinating, I told myself. No, this was something worse, someone was playing with me. The pile of stones I'd found earlier wasn't a coincidence. The bandana, the missing trail markers, it was a game of cat and mouse, and I was the mouse. My hands trembled despite the cold. I pressed the flashlight to my chest and forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. I needed to find solid ground. Maybe the cabin. but the map said I was miles away. I moved faster now, careful not to make noise. Branches scraped my jacket, wet leaves slapped my calves. Suddenly, a sharp scent hit me, smoke. Not far. Someone was nearby, but the campfire was long dead. The smell was faint, but unmistakable. I froze, heart thudding in my ears. If someone else was out here, watching, then they were close. Too close. Hello? I called, voice cracking. I'm not looking for trouble. No answer. Only the echo of my own words swallowed by the trees. I swallowed the lump in my throat and kept moving, following the smoke's trail, hoping it would lead me to shelter or at least some sign of a person who wasn't trying to trap me. The forest thickened, branches low enough to catch in my hair and snag my jacket. The flashlight flickered again, almost giving out. I tapped it, willing it to hold. Then, through the trees, I saw it, a figure, crouched by a fallen log, barely visible in the dim light. My breath caught. The figure didn't move, didn't turn. Just sat there, silent and still. I stopped. The cold air felt like needles on my skin, and the sour smell was stronger here, mingled with the faint metallic tang of something else. Fear? Blood? I couldn't tell. Hey, I said softly, trying not to startle whoever or whatever it was. I'm lost. I don't want any trouble. The figure shifted, just a little. Then a slow, deliberate head turn, eyes glinting briefly in the weak light. I recognized the face. Not a stranger. Someone I'd seen around the town near the cabin, someone whose smile never quite reached their eyes. Going the wrong way, the voice was low, almost a growl. My pulse spiked. I'm just trying to get back. They stood, and suddenly the forest seemed to close in tighter, shadows stretching longer, more menacing. The person's silhouette was sharp against the foggy backdrop, their presence suffocating. You're not meant to leave, they said, voice calm but edged with something cruel. I took a step back, then another, breath hitching. The path I'd been following now looked unfamiliar, twisted, as if even the trees were conspiring to block my escape. Look, I said, voice steadier than I felt. Let's just talk. I don't want this to get worse. A slow smile, thin and bitter. It already is. The forest held its breath. The night felt alive with eyes. I could hear the faint snap of a twig off to the side, a subtle shift in the underbrush. I wasn't alone anymore. Not by a long shot. Panic bubbled beneath my skin, hot and corrosive. I scanned the dim trees, the shadows between them, the way the fog curled like smoke. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the ground felt sticky with unseen roots, grasping at my boots, slowing me down. Why? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Why do this? The figure stepped closer, and I caught the faintest scent of sweat and earth, a reminder that whoever they were human. Fragile. Yet terrifying. Because you don't belong here, they said. Not anymore. I wanted to argue, to plead, to explain that I'd only come back for a hike, that I wasn't looking for anything beyond the trees and quiet. But the words caught in my throat. The forest was a maze, a trap, and I was caught in the middle of someone else's design. The flashlight gave one last flicker and died. The air inside the cabin held a peculiar stillness, as if time itself had paused to listen. Darkness swallowed me whole. I stumbled back, arms out, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The figure's footsteps echoed behind me, soft, deliberate, patient. Not chasing, but waiting. Watching. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, and the faintest sound of a voice just beyond the edge of hearing, a whisper carried on the cold night air, a promise, or a threat, I couldn't tell. The forest was no longer a place of peace. It was a cage, and the watcher held the key. And I was running out of time. The flashlight died, swallowed by darkness. For a moment, everything ceased: the noise, the shifting shadows, the heavy thrum of my own breath. Silence. Complete silence. The figure had stepped closer, but now neither of us moved. I could feel the cold press of night air against my skin, the dampness of moss creeping up my ankles. Somewhere, a branch cracked softly, a whisper in the void. I swallowed hard, trying to force my voice free. "Why?" I repeated, quieter this time. "Why do you want me gone?" No answer. The scent of sweat and earth lingered, but the figure had stepped back, melting into the shadows between the trees. I blinked against the dark, trying to make out any shape, any movement. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the rough bark of a pine tree. The ground beneath me was uneven, tangled with roots and wet leaves. I realized how cold I was. Not just the night, but the creeping dread that settled in my bones. My breath came out in short clouds, a visible reminder that I was alive. That was something, at least. I fumbled for my phone, cursing my luck when the screen stayed blank. Dead. No signal, no light. The forest had swallowed the day whole. I crouched low, listening. The crunch of footsteps, deliberate and slow, circled somewhere nearby. I didn't want to look, but I had to know. My neck craned left, then right, catching just the faintest rustle, a shadow flickering behind a thick trunk. Eyes. Invisible but certain. "Look," I said, voice cracking, "I don't want trouble." It felt absurd, talking to a ghost or a stranger who didn't want to be found. "I'm leaving. I'll leave you alone." The footsteps stopped. Then, a voice low, rough, almost tired, "You don't get to just leave." I blinked. That wasn't a threat, it was exhaustion. Something tired and human underneath the menace. The figure stepped into a patch of moonlight. I could see him now, a man, maybe in his late 30s, eyes dark and hollow, clothes that had seen better days. Dirt smeared across his face, hair tangled like the forest itself. "Why?" I asked again, more steady this time. "Why keep me here? What do you want?" He looked away, jaw tightening. "You've been coming here for years. Trespassing. You don't belong in these woods. Not anymore." His voice cracked, almost like he was fighting tears. "People don't just walk into places like this and get to leave when they want." I swallowed. I wanted to argue, to say I was innocent, that I was just hiking, but the words felt hollow. I'd seen the trail markers disappearing, reappearing in impossible spots. The feeling of ice following me, always just out of reach. This wasn't about ownership or property lines. It was something else. Something older. "Are you protecting something?" I ventured, voice barely a whisper. He shrugged, a bitter smile curling on his lips. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm just tired of strangers treating this place like it's a playground." He gestured vaguely to the trees, to the tangled thicket. "I lost my family here. I'm not letting anyone else get lost." The weight of that confession pressed down on me like a stone. I hadn't thought about anyone else, only myself, my routines, my comfort in these woods. What kind of grief twisted a man into a shadow stalking the night? "I'm sorry," I said. "I didn't know." He nodded slowly, eyes flicking back to the darkness beyond. "Doesn't change things. But maybe it means something." We stood there, two strangers in the forest, bound by loss and fear. The night seemed less hostile now, but no less heavy. "Come back," he said finally, voice low. "During the day. Stick to the main trail. Don't wander. That's all I ask." I nodded, relief flooding me in waves so strong my knees almost buckled. "I will." He stepped back then, disappearing into the shadows. The silence returned, but it felt different, quieter, less threatening. I found my way to the cabin by the faint glow of dawn, the first light filtering weakly through the trees. The forest looked less like a trap and more like a wound. Something raw and aching beneath the surface. The next morning, I woke with the taste of cold earth in my mouth, the memory of whispered threats and unexpected kindness swirling in my mind. I sat on the porch, the sun warming my face, the smell of pine and damp leaves filling the air. The forest was still there, vast and unknowable, but now it held a story I couldn't forget. Days passed. I stayed on the trails, careful and deliberate. Each step was measured, each breath conscious. The markers no longer shifted, or at least, I no longer saw them move. The eyes that once tracked me from the shadows seemed to hold back, watching silently from a distance. I thought about the man, a shadow bound to this place by grief and loss. I thought about how the forest wasn't just nature, but memory and pain and the invisible lines people draw around the things they want to protect. Sometimes, when the wind moves just right, I swear I hear footsteps behind me. Not fast, not threatening, just steady. A reminder that some places keep their secrets close, and some people watch over them in ways you can't see. I don't think I'll ever fully understand what happened out there, or why the forest seemed to shift and close in on me. But I know this, fear can be a language, and sometimes the only way to hear it is to listen quietly, without trying to run. The woods changed me. They taught me about boundaries, visible and invisible, and the price of crossing them. I'm not the same person who wandered those trails, thinking I was safe in familiarity. Now, every rustle feels a little sharper, every shadow a bit deeper. And that's okay. Because sometimes, the hardest thing isn't escaping the forest. It's learning how to live with the echoes it leaves behind. Story 3, Elevator to the Forgotten Floor, Trapped Between Realities. I never thought much about elevators before. The lobby smelled faintly of stale coffee and fresh paint, the usual mix in our building after weekend maintenance. A janitor was humming a tune I recognized from a radio station I never listened to, his mop squeaking against the tile floor in a rhythm that oddly matched his humming. The elevator doors slid open with that familiar chime, and I stepped inside, expecting the usual routine. The buttons inside the elevator gleamed under the fluorescent light, the numbers arranged neatly from 1 to 12, just like the directory posted by the reception desk. I pressed 10, glanced at the small LCD panel above the buttons, watching the numbers light up in order. 1, 2, 3. The elevator moved with the usual slight shudder, the faint hum of the motor filling the confined space. Then it stopped. The doors slid open. Only, it wasn't the 10th floor. I peered out, squinting. The hallway's paint was the same beige as always, but the carpet was different, a duller shade, threadbare in places, with a faint smell of mildew that made me wrinkle my nose. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows on the walls. I stepped out. The air felt heavier here, cooler, and the usual distant murmur of office chatter was gone, replaced by a hollow silence. I glanced back at the elevator. The doors were closing already, as if eager to escape. I looked down the hallway. There were doors, sure, but the directory on the wall was missing. Instead, a faded piece of paper was taped up, the edges curling slightly. I walked over and squinted at the faded text. The fonts were strange, the names unfamiliar. I ran a fingertip across the paper, feeling the rough texture of the tape and the brittle surface beneath. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding hot in the quiet. Nothing. I turned and walked down the hallway, each step muffled by the thin carpet. The walls smelled faintly of damp plaster and something else, old wood, maybe, or dust. I passed a door slightly ajar and, for a moment, thought I saw movement inside, but when I glanced back, there was nothing there. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered the 10th floor being. Eventually, I found a break room, or what looked like one. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, and the air was stale, heavy with the scent of something rotten, or perhaps just neglected. The coffee machine sat unplugged, its glass pot cracked. I pressed my palm against the counter. It was sticky, coated with a thin layer of grime. Then I heard footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Not hurried, but not casual either. I froze. The sound came from behind a closed door at the end of the hall. My pulse quickened, but I told myself it was probably just someone else working late. Maybe a cleaner or a night security guard. Still, I hesitated. Then I turned and hurried back to the elevator. The doors opened just as I reached them, and I stepped inside, pressing the button for the lobby. The elevator shuddered and began to descend. When the doors opened again, I was back in the lobby. The janitor was still humming. The smell of coffee and paint returned. It felt like waking from a dream, but my hands trembled slightly, and I tasted dryness at the back of my throat. I told myself it was nothing. Just a glitch in the elevator's sensors. Maybe a maintenance crew had rearranged something. I shook my head, trying to laugh it off, but the feeling of wrongness clung stubbornly. Later that afternoon, I told my coworker, Jess, about it. She blinked, then laughed. You sure you didn't just miss the floor? You're always losing track of time. She shook her head and walked away. But I wasn't sure. The memory of the faded directory, the smell of mildew, the silence that swallowed my voice, it felt real. Too real. At my desk, I noticed small things I hadn't before. The way the clock ticked a little slower. The way the fluorescent lights flickered for just a second longer than usual. The way the office chatter seemed to dull, like a radio turned down low but never quite off. I glanced at the building directory by the elevators again. Floors 1 through 12, names of departments, room numbers. Nothing about the strange floor I'd seen. That night, I checked the building plans online, scouring every page for a hidden floor, a maintenance level, anything. Nothing. Just the usual 12 floors. I should have let it go. I really should have. But the elevator was waiting for me the next morning, its doors sliding open with that same chime. I stepped inside, pressed the button, and the doors opened onto a hallway that wasn't quite right. The lights weren't flickering this time. They were dead. There was no smell of mildew, just a faint metallic tang, like iron or blood. The carpet was gone, revealing cracked concrete rough underfoot. The walls were bare, except for graffiti I didn't recognize, drawings, symbols, words I couldn't read, smeared in what looked like dried paint. Then a voice whispered, barely audible, from somewhere deep in the corridor. You shouldn't be here. I spun around, heart hammering, but the elevator doors had already closed. I was trapped. I didn't know then what I was stepping into, but I knew it wasn't normal. Not by a long shot. I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. The elevator doors shut behind me with a muted thud, sealing off the hallway that didn't exist. The buttons in the elevator blinked back at me. I pressed the lobby floor, hoping to escape the claustrophobic silence and the growing knot of unease twisting in my gut. The elevator hummed, lights flickering once, then steadying as we descended. The doors slid open to the familiar, sterile glow of the lobby, clean, polished, ordinary. No graffiti. No cracked concrete. No strange voices. But I wasn't convinced any of this was normal anymore. The next morning, I woke up with the lingering taste of iron on my tongue. The memory of that hallway clung to me like a shadow I couldn't shake. I told myself it was a trick of the mind, that the stress of work was playing games. I almost convinced myself to let it go. Almost. But the elevator was waiting. I arrived at work early, the building still yawning awake. The usual buzz of fluorescent lights and the soft hum of computers greeted me as I walked through the lobby. I avoided the main stairwell, though the thought of taking the stairs felt safer. I was compelled, irrationally, to use the elevator again. I pressed the button. Doors slid open. I stepped inside. My fingers hovered over the buttons, but I didn't press any. I just waited. The elevator moved with a slow, deliberate hum, the gentle vibration against my feet like a heartbeat. Then the doors opened. The hallway stretched out before me again, but this time the metallic smell was stronger, almost suffocating. The concrete floor was stained, dark patches spreading like ink blots. The walls, bare and cold, pulsed with a muffled buzz, like distant machinery. The graffiti was more vivid now, letters sharp and jagged, scrawled with a frantic desperation. I knelt down and touched the floor. The concrete was rough, gritty between my fingers, and sticky in places. I pulled my hand back quickly, the stickiness cold and wet. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft shuffle, footsteps echoing far down the hall. I froze, every muscle taut. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, coming closer. I tried to find the source, but the dim hallway swallowed the sound whole. "Hello?" My voice barely rose above a whisper. No answer. Just that heavy, metallic scent and the slow, steady approach of footsteps. They stopped just beyond the reach of the dim light. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Who's there?" The silence pressed down like a weight. Then a door at the end of the corridor creaked open. I blinked. A figure stepped out. It was Dan from accounting. But something was off. His clothes hung loosely, as if he'd lost weight. His eyes were dull, unfocused, and he didn't smile like he usually did. "Dan?" I said, stepping forward hesitantly. He didn't respond. Instead, he reached out a hand, trembling slightly, and pointed down the corridor. I glanced that way and saw another figure emerging, a woman I didn't recognize, her face pale and drawn, her eyes sharp and suspicious. She looked at me like I was an intruder. "Who are you?" the woman asked, voice low and cold. "I work here," I said, feeling suddenly like a trespasser. Her eyes narrowed. "This isn't your floor." I swallowed, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this some kind of prank? A hallucination? I wanted to laugh it off, but my hands trembled and my breath came in short bursts. Dan stepped back, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the woman. The hallway behind her seemed to stretch endlessly, the lights dimming further. "Why am I here?" I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and started walking away, her footsteps echoing hollowly. I hesitated, then followed. We passed doors stamped with numbers I'd never seen, rooms filled with scattered papers, broken office chairs, abandoned desks. The air was thick with dust and something else, an undercurrent of decay, like forgotten memories rotting in silence. She stopped in front of a door marked staff only. The handle was cold metal, rough to the touch. "This is where it starts," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "You don't belong here, but now you're tangled in it." "Tangled in what?" I asked, my voice cracking. She glanced back, eyes sharp. "The other side of the company. The one no one talks about." The one they try to hide. I shook my head. I don't understand. She sighed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. You'll see soon enough. The door creaked open. Inside, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was dim, lit only by the pale glow of a single desk lamp. Papers were strewn everywhere, reports, memos, diagrams, all marked with red ink and strange symbols matching the graffiti. I stepped inside, heart hammering. The air was colder here, and the metallic tang was overwhelming. Suddenly, a noise from outside the door made me jump. The woman's eyes snapped toward the sound. Hide, she hissed. I crouched behind the desk, peering through the thin crack of the door. Two men entered, their faces unfamiliar, but their suits were the same dark gray as the ones worn by my coworkers. They spoke in low voices, their conversation laced with suspicion and fear. I'm telling you, it's happening again. The elevator. People disappearing, showing up on the wrong floors. Management wants it quiet. No reports. No questions. I pressed my back against the wall, the chill seeping into my bones. This wasn't just a strange hallucination or a prank, it was something darker. A secret network beneath the company, a hidden layer where people got lost or trapped and no one dared to look. The men left, their footsteps fading down the corridor. I rose slowly, heart pounding so loud it felt like it might burst my ribs. The woman was still there, watching me with those cold eyes. You're in deeper than you realize, she said. The elevator isn't broken. It's a gate. And every time you step in, you risk getting pulled under. What do they want? I asked. She smiled, no warmth, just a thin line of warning. Control. Silence. Power. I nodded, swallowing hard, the taste of iron stronger than ever. I have to go back, I said. She shook her head. Not yet. You're part of this now. You need to understand what's beneath the surface before they find you. The elevator dinged, doors sliding open behind her. I glanced back, torn between the pull of the familiar and the weight of the unknown. Stepping forward, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever this was, it wasn't going away. And neither was I. The elevator doors slid shut behind her, the dim light inside flickering once, twice. I pressed my hand to the cold metal panel and hit the button for the lobby, thinking I'd escape this madness. The elevator hummed, the sound deeper, more resonant than usual. I watched the floor indicator flicker, 1, 2, 3, then it stopped. Not on any floor I'd ever seen. The number 7 beat blinked at me in faint orange, a designation that wasn't on any directory or map. My fingers trembled. I pressed the button again, harder. Nothing. The doors slid open, revealing a hallway, long, dim, unfamiliar. The walls were painted in off-white, cracked here and there, peeling like old scabs. The air smelled stale, heavy with the scent of damp plaster and something faintly sour, like forgotten food left to rot in a break room. I stepped out. My shoes echoed on the linoleum, a hollow, unsettling sound. I glanced back at the elevator doors. They closed without hesitation, swallowing me whole. No way back. No floor button to press. This was it. The corridor stretched either way, lined with doors numbered in a sequence that made no sense. 73, 77, 7015. The numbers skipped and doubled back. I tried to locate a directory, but found only peeling posters advertising old company events, faded beyond recognition. A door at the end of the hall creaked open. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped animal. A man stepped out. He looked familiar, but different. His suit was the same style as the ones worn on my floor, but his tie was loosened, and his eyes held a wary edge, like he'd seen too much. "Lost?" he asked, voice low, cautious. I nodded, unable to speak. "Not many come here by choice," he said, glancing over his shoulder. "It's not on any map." I swallowed again, trying to steady my voice. "What is this place? Why does it exist?" He looked at me like I'd asked a question with no answer. "It's the company's shadow. The part they don't advertise. People who disappear from the regular floors end up here. Sometimes they come back. Most don't." I felt bile rise in my throat. Disappear? Like fired? Or worse? He shrugged. "Sometimes both. Sometimes they just vanish. Nobody talks about it. It's easier that way." I took a step back, suddenly aware of the silence around us. No distant chatter, no ringing phones, just a heavy, suffocating quiet. The kind of quiet that presses in on your ears until you swear you can hear your own blood pulsing. "Why show me this?" I whispered. He looked away, then back, eyes sharper now. "Because you're already marked. You stepped through the gate. There's no going back." "Not really." I blinked. "But I can't stay here. I have a life. People will notice if I don't come back." "Not this part of your life," he said. "The company wants control. And anyone who stumbles into this space becomes part of their game." I swallowed hard, the taste of iron sharper than ever. My hands trembled. "What game?" He hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Control the narrative. Silence the noise. Keep people in line. Here, they test loyalty, obedience. They weed out threats real or perceived. And the elevator is the doorway." I looked down the hallway, the flickering fluorescent lighting casting strange shadows. In the distance, a faint murmur of voices. Not quite conversation, more like a low hum of tension. "Who's there?" I called out, voice cracking. The man shook his head. "Others. Like you. Or like me. Some are lost. Others have adapted. They keep their heads down, play the part." I felt the walls closing in. The air grew heavier, like a weight pressing on my chest. I wanted to run, to sprint back through the elevator and slam the door shut. But the door was gone, the only exit sealed behind me. "Is there a way out?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged. "Not a safe one. Once you're in, the company watches. Every move. Every word. No one leaves without paying a price." I swallowed, mind racing. The woman's warning echoed in my ears. "You're part of this now." I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. The cold concrete floor beneath me felt unforgiving. This was no longer a random glitch in the elevator system. This was something engineered, a trap. "Why me?" I demanded. "Why pull me in?" He looked at me, eyes narrowing. "Because you noticed. Because you asked questions. Because you didn't look away." I wanted to say it wasn't true, that I was just unlucky. But deep down, I knew better. I'd been watching too closely, poking around where no one else dared. The murmur grew louder, now unmistakably voices. Footsteps approached. The man's face tightened. "They're coming. You need to decide, stay and learn the rules, or try to slip away and get caught." My breath caught in my throat. The hallway seemed to contract, the walls warping in the flickering light. The smell of damp plaster mixed with something metallic, like blood or rust. I swallowed again, dry and ragged. I can't stay, I said, voice firmer than I felt. I have to get back. He gave me a long look, like weighing some invisible scale. Then he nodded slowly. All right. Follow me. But remember, you're crossing a point of no return. We moved quickly, the man leading me down the narrow corridor. Doors lined the walls, some cracked open to reveal empty offices, others sealed tight. The hum of voices was closer now, urgent and low. We reached a door marked only with a faded sticker, staff only. He pulled it open, revealing a stairwell descending into darkness. Down there, he said. Another gate. Not many know about it. If you're lucky, it leads back to the lobby. I hesitated, the weight of everything pressing down. This wasn't just a strange floor anymore. It was a maze, a prison disguised as an office building. Why help me? I asked. He glanced back, eyes shadowed. Because I'm not sure how much longer I can play along. The stairwell smelled of damp concrete and mildew. The steps were uneven, crumbling in places. I gripped the railing, rough and cold under my fingers. Behind us, the voices grew louder, urgent now, almost frantic. Go, he urged. Before they realize you're here. I nodded, swallowing hard. The first step down felt like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. The elevator wasn't broken. The building wasn't normal. And now, I was trapped deeper than ever. With every step, I felt the walls close and tighter, the air grow thicker. The point of no return wasn't just a phrase. It was the truth. I reached the bottom, the stairwell opening onto a dim corridor. I recognized the real lobby basement. The hum of fluorescent lights flickered overhead. A shadow moved at the far end, a figure stepping from the darkness. Not the man who'd helped me. Someone else. I froze. The taste of iron filled my mouth again. Escape was no longer certain. The point of no return had become a cage. And I was running out of options. The basement corridor stretched out before us, a narrow tunnel squeezed between cracked concrete walls and exposed pipes dripping rhythmically, like a slow heartbeat. The air was thick, damp, stale, and tinged with something metallic, like blood or rust. I swallowed, tasting it on my tongue. Ted's footsteps echoed behind me, heavier than before, as if the weight he carried had grown with every step. Behind the faint buzz of the flickering fluorescence, a low murmur rose, voices, distant but growing closer, sharp whispers bouncing off the cracked plaster. They weren't like the usual office chatter. This was something else. Something urgent. It made my skin crawl. Did they see us? I whispered, my voice cracking. Ted shook his head, eyes scanning the shadows. Not yet. But they're hunting. Hunting. The word landed like a stone in my gut. I thought this was just about some weird alternate reality, a glitch in the building's matrix. But no. This was something darker. Something deliberate. We moved quickly, but the corridor seemed to stretch farther than it should. I glanced at the far end, where the dim light struggled to reach, swallowing the edges in a thick, unhealthy blackness. My breath hitched. The walls weren't quite right. There were marks, scratches almost, carved deep into the concrete. Like someone had been clawing their way out or in. I reached out, fingertips brushing the rough surface. The grooves were fresh, damp with something sticky. Look. Ted pointed to a rusted door, half hanging on its hinges. The sign was barely legible, maintenance. We slipped inside. The room reeked of oil and mildew. Pipes snaked across the ceiling, dripping steadily onto the stained floor. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, some torn open, revealing tangled cables and broken electronics. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. This wasn't just a storage room. It was a trap. Ted's gaze caught mine. "We can't stay here long." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Where do we go? How do we get out of this?" He hesitated, then pulled a crumpled floor plan from his jacket pocket. The paper was worn, edges frayed, corners stained with coffee rings and smudged fingerprints. He unfolded it carefully, revealing a maze of corridors and rooms, some labeled, many not. "There's a service exit," he said, tracing a shaky line with his finger. "It's supposed to lead outside, but it's locked down tight. The security system's different here. More aggressive." "Different how?" I asked, voice low. "Monitored. Cameras everywhere, but not the kind you'd expect. These feed into their control room, whatever that is. They watch the floors like hawks." His eyes darted nervously. "If they catch movement, alarms go off." I swallowed again. "So, what? We just sneak past?" Ted gave a bitter laugh. "Sneak? No. We run. And hope we're not caught." The room grew colder. I rubbed my arms, the rough fabric of my shirt doing little to keep the chill at bay. The sound of footsteps outside jolted me upright. Ted's eyes widened. "They know we're here." I froze. The door handle rattled, slow and deliberate. My heart thudded loud enough to drown out everything else. The door creaked open, inch by inch, revealing a shadowed figure standing just beyond the threshold. I couldn't see the face clearly, but the posture, rigid, calculating, spoke volumes. This wasn't one of the coworkers I'd seen on the strange floors. This was something else. Worse. "Hide," Ted hissed, grabbing my arm and pulling me behind a stack of crates. We crouched, breath shallow, listening as the figure stepped inside. The smell hit me first, sharp and cold, like disinfectant mixed with sweat. The footsteps were slow, purposeful, scanning the room in a pattern that suggested training or obsession. My hands trembled. I wanted to run, to scream. But I stayed quiet, pressed against the cold metal of a crate, the rough surface digging into my palms. The figure paused near the door, then turned abruptly and left, the handle clicking softly behind them. I exhaled, relief flooding through me in a wave so strong it almost made me dizzy. Ted shook his head. "That was close." "Who are they?" I whispered. "Enforcers. Security. Or worse, people who make sure no one leaves the building once they're inside this. Other place. Other place." I repeated the words, tasting their weight. This wasn't just a floor or a glitch. It was a prison, and the guards were real. "We can't stay here," Ted said, pulling me upright. "We have to move." As we crept toward the door, a sudden noise jolted me, a soft, wet sound, like something dragging across the floor. We froze. From the shadows near the back of the room, a figure emerged, thin and pale, eyes wide and unblinking. The person moved slowly, almost mechanically, a faint smile twitching at the corners of their mouth. I blinked, trying to place them. The face was familiar. Too familiar. "Sarah?" I whispered, heart pounding. She stopped, head tilting slightly, expression unreadable. Then she spoke, voice soft but chilling. "You shouldn't be here." The words hit me like a cold slap. Sarah. The Sarah from the office. The one who had smiled at me yesterday, joked about the weather, shared a coffee break. But this Sarah was different, tense, hollow-eyed, a ghost of the person I thought I knew. Ted's grip tightened on my arm. "We don't want trouble," he said, voice steady but low. Sarah's smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Trouble found you the moment you stepped on this floor." I wanted to ask what she meant, but before I could, the distant wail of an alarm shattered the silence. Red emergency lights flickered to life, casting the room in an eerie glow that made every shadow dance. "Run!" Ted shouted, grabbing my hand. We sprinted toward the door, feet pounding against the concrete, hearts hammering in unison. The corridor outside was flooded with harsh light and the sound of heavy boots pounding the floor. "They're coming!" I gasped, struggling to keep up. Ted pulled me into a side passage, a narrow gap barely wide enough to squeeze through. We pressed ourselves against the wall, breath ragged, listening as the pursuers thundered past, their voices sharp and commanding. "Did you see them?" one barked. "Lost the trail near the maintenance room," another replied. Silence. Complete silence. I slid down the wall, knees hitting the floor hard. I stood in the elevator, staring at the control panel, my fingers trembling almost imperceptibly. The buttons glowed faintly in the dim light, but none of them corresponded to the floor I wanted this time. No directory, no label. Just a button at the bottom, unmarked. It was the same pattern as before. I knew what would happen if I pressed it, but something inside me, call it stubbornness or desperation, urged me forward. The doors closed with a soft hiss, and the elevator shuddered as it began its descent. The fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered once, twice, casting shadows that seemed to twitch at the edges of my vision. The air smelled different here, stale, like old paper and damp concrete, mixed with something faintly metallic. I swallowed hard. This floor wasn't on any company directory. No one had ever spoken of it, and yet, here I was again, trapped in this alternate reality. When the doors slid open, the corridor stretched out before me, long, narrow, and unnervingly quiet. The walls were the same dull beige as my real office, but cracked, peeling in places. The carpet was threadbare, stained with spots I didn't want to identify. A low hum, like an air conditioner struggling against a heat wave, filled the silence. I checked my watch. Time felt wrong. I couldn't place it exactly, but the seconds crawled, dragging me through an invisible molasses. I walked forward, half expecting the coworkers from this place to appear. When they emerged, it was from the shadows, faces blank as mannequins. They looked like my colleagues, same suits, same hairstyles, but their eyes were cold, distant. I called out to one, "Hey, Sarah." But the woman stopped, blinked once, then turned away without acknowledgement. It was always like this. Familiar strangers who ignored me, or worse, regarded me as an anomaly. Their conversations continued around me, hushed and fragmented, as if I was a ghost drifting through their lives. I tried to understand what this place was, some kind of twisted mirror of my workplace. A distorted echo? The rational part of me screamed that it was all in my head, a psychotic break fueled by stress and isolation. But the evidence kept piling up. Subtle differences. Small changes that no one else noticed. A framed photo on the wall showed the company's founding team, but the faces were different. Not quite the people I knew. The clock on the wall ticked backward. The elevator buttons on this floor's lobby didn't respond the way they should. I reached the end of the hall and found the break room. It looked like mine, but older, a little more rundown. The coffee machine was silent, cold, and the smell of burnt grounds lingered in the air. I touched the counter edge, feeling the roughness of chipped laminate. Then I noticed a note pinned to the bulletin board, typed, formal, impersonal. It read, "All employees must report to Floor 13 for mandatory reorientation." Floor 13. I blinked. The building directory, back in my real world, had no floor 13. It was a well-known superstition, a floor skip for fear of bad luck. But here it was, spelled out on this forgotten note. Something inside me snapped. I had to go there. To the floor that didn't exist. Back in the elevator, I pressed the button labeled 13, hand steady now despite the cold sweat on my palms. The doors closed slowly, like they didn't want me to go. The ride was longer this time. The hum of the cables was louder, more insistent. When the doors parted, I stepped out into a wide, sterile lobby, no one in sight. The air smelled of disinfectant and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit. I walked forward, my footsteps echoing off the polished floor. Suddenly, a door at the end of the hall creaked open. A man appeared, tall, thin, dressed in a suit that looked like it came from the 1950s. His eyes were sharp, calculating, and they fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. "Welcome," he said, voice smooth but cold. "We've been expecting you." I tried to speak, but my throat tightened. "Who are you?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm part of the management here. You've seen the other floors, haven't you? The ones that don't exist?" I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. This place, this building, is more than it seems. Layers of control, surveillance, manipulation. Floors that erase people, floors that hide secrets. You've stumbled into something most can't even imagine. I took a step back. Why me? Why am I here? Because you asked questions. Because you noticed the cracks, he said, extending a hand. We can help you understand. Or you can choose to forget and return to your comfortable ignorance. His offer hung in the air like a trap. I looked down at his hand, then back into his cold eyes. I thought about my coworkers, their empty stares, the way they ignored me. The strange smells, the impossible floors. The growing sense that the company wasn't just a place of work, but a cage. I shook my head. I want out. His smile faded. Out? There's no out. The elevator doors behind me slid shut. I was trapped. But then I remembered the real elevator, the one I'd come from. The one with the unmarked button. Is there a way back? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated. Only if you're willing to leave everything behind. Your memories. Your place here. I swallowed hard. My hands clenched into fists. Fine, I said. I'll leave it behind. He nodded once, sharply, and gestured toward the door beside him. It opened onto a dimly lit shaft. Go! Don't look back. I stepped forward, the floor cold beneath my shoes. The air shifted thicker, heavier. I felt the weight of all those unseen eyes, the pressure of this layered reality trying to pull me under. I closed my eyes, counting steps, willing myself to move forward. When I opened them again, I was back in the elevator. The familiar hum surrounded me, the smell of fresh coffee and recycled air returning. The doors slid open on the lobby I knew. I stepped out, blinking against the fluorescent light. My coworkers passed by, nodding and smiling as if nothing had happened. The building directory was normal. The elevator buttons worked as they should. I looked down at my hands, still trembling, but free. The memory of those other floors lingered like a faint scar, a reminder of the fragile line between control and freedom, between reality and the layers beneath. I didn't speak of it. How could I? Story 4, Mirror Intruder, Encounter with a Doppelgänger. It was the kind of morning you barely notice. I liked routines. They made the world predictable. Safe, even. But this morning, something felt slightly off, like a page in a book turned too quickly, skipping a line without me noticing. I told myself it was nothing. Just the usual Monday sluggishness. Across the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, my coworkers smiled at me. Not the usual polite nods or half-hearted greetings, but full, stretched smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. It was the kind of smile you give when you're trying to convince someone you like them more than you do. I caught the glance of Laura, who usually was all sharp words and quick laughter. Today, her grin was too wide, her eyes too steady. It made my skin crawl. I looked away. The air smelled faintly of burnt toast and stale coffee, a scent I'd come to associate with this place. I could hear the faint tapping of someone's pen against a notepad, rhythmic and insistent, like a small drumbeat in the background of a half-remembered song. It was calming and irritating all at once. I tried to focus on my emails. Routine stuff, meeting times, budget revisions, a reminder about the Friday staff luncheon. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. We need to talk. No name. No explanation. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the reply button. My throat tightened. The office noise seemed to dull, fade into a muffled backdrop as I wrestled with the urge to delete the message, to pretend it never arrived. But curiosity got the better of me. I typed back a cautious, "Who is this?" Seconds stretched. No answer. The silence was louder than the noise. I put the phone down, rubbing my temples. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the whole morning was a trick my mind was playing on me. I leaned back, letting the creak of my chair fill the space, and glanced toward the entrance where the elevator dinged softly. And there she was. My exact double. Not just similar, identical. Same height, the same chestnut hair that fell just past her shoulders, the same pale green eyes behind those thin black frames I'd chosen after my last eye exam. She wore my favorite navy blazer, the one I hesitated to buy because it was just a little too formal for this place. Her expression was calm, almost amused, as if she owned the room. I caught my breath. The office noise seemed to stop entirely. She walked toward me with a slow, deliberate step, as if she enjoyed the effect she was having. People around us kept smiling, their eyes darting between us but never intervening. It was like we existed in some separate bubble, a stage set inside the everyday. "Hello," she said, voice soft but clear. "I'm you." I blinked. My mouth felt dry, words tangled in my throat. "I know what you're thinking," she continued. "That this is some kind of joke. It's not." I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, I swallowed hard. "How do you know that?" I managed, voice barely above a whisper. "How do you know my name? My life?" She smiled, that same unnerving smile. "Because I've lived it. Every detail. Every mistake. Every quiet moment you thought no one saw." I shivered. A bead of sweat trickled down my back, sticky against the fabric of my shirt. "Why are you here?" I asked, voice cracking. "Because you're not supposed to be," she said simply. "Not here. Not anymore." The words settled over me like a cold fog. I wanted to ask where she thought I was supposed to be, but the question stuck in my throat. Instead, I just stared, trying to find some crack in her facade, some hint that this was a prank, a hallucination, a mistake. But no! She was real. Too real. The office clock on the wall ticked loudly in the silence. The smell of coffee and paper seemed sharper, more intrusive. My hands trembled on the desk. "What do you mean?" I whispered. She leaned in slightly, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You don't belong here. You never did. The words struck me harder than any punch. I wanted to shout, to deny, to run. But I was frozen, the weight of her certainty pressing down on me. Around us, the smiles continued. Blank, wide, unblinking. And I realized that maybe the world I thought I knew was already slipping away. The room seemed to pulse with a quiet menace, the air thick and suffocating. I blinked, trying to clear the haze that was settling over my mind. What are you saying? I managed, my voice barely audible. Her eyes, dark pools of something I couldn't name, held mine without flinching. You've been a visitor all along, she said, her tone a strange mixture of pity and warning. This place, these people, they're not what they seem. And neither are you. A shiver ran down my spine as the words sank in, twisting and turning like a dark seed taking root. Suddenly, the door behind me creaked open just a crack, revealing a sliver of shadow that didn't belong to anyone I knew. I glanced over, heart hammering. The smile on the woman's face that had been so unwavering flickered for a moment, just a brief break in the facade. It's time, she whispered, eyes darting toward the doorway. Before it's too late. The crowd around us shifted, their faces melting into a blur of unsettling grins and empty eyes. I felt an urgent pull, a silent command to move, to escape. But where could I go when the very ground beneath me felt uncertain? A sudden coldness gripped my wrist as her fingers tightened, pulling me toward the door. Trust me, she said, and I realized I had no choice but to follow into the unknown waiting just beyond the threshold. The door creaked wider, revealing a narrow corridor dimly lit by a flickering fluorescent bulb overhead. Trust me, she repeated, voice low, almost pleading. The smile was gone, replaced by something raw and urgent. I didn't trust her. Not really. But I had nowhere else to go. The crowd behind us dissolved into a sea of grinning faces, all too perfect, all too empty. Like mannequins waiting for a cue. The hallway stretched ahead, narrow and lined with cracked plaster walls that seemed to close in. My shoes clicked on the linoleum floor, the sound oddly loud in the silence. I swallowed, tasting bitter saliva in my mouth, and walked. She led me past a series of doors, each closed tight, each with a faint hum of electricity behind it. We don't have much time, she said. They're watching. Listening. I wanted to ask who, what, life questions spilling from my lips. But the words stuck, heavy, tangled in fear and confusion. Instead, I followed, trying to memorize every detail, the way the light flickered overhead, the faint scrape of her shoes against the floor, the distant echo of a dog barking somewhere outside. We stopped in front of one door. She dug a key from her pocket, something old, heavy, and cold, and unlocked it with a swift movement. The door creaked open, revealing a small room cluttered with papers, files, and a laptop glowing faintly in the dim light. This is where I work, she said. Where I've been working, for longer than you think. The walls were peppered with photos and notes pinned on corkboards. Faces I recognized, dates, locations. A map with strings connecting places I'd never heard of. I scanned the room, heart hammering. How do you know all this? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me, eyes sharp. Because I am you. Or at least, I was. Before you showed up. I shook my head. That makes no sense. I live my life. I have a job. Friends. Family. Her smile was thin. You think you do. But what you call your life, it's a copy. A fabrication. You're the imposter. The words hit me like a slap. Imposter. The coldness spread from my stomach up to my chest. I wanted to scream, to argue, to run. But my legs wouldn't move. I know what you're thinking, she said, folding her arms. That I'm crazy. That this is some trick. But look around. Look at the evidence. She pointed to the corkboard. See these people? They don't exist. These events never happened. And yet, you remember them. You remember them because someone told you to. I leaned closer, squinting at a photo of a man I thought was my uncle. The name underneath was different. Dates shifted. Everything was off. Why? I asked. Why would someone do this? Her gaze darkened. Because they need a replacement. Someone who fits the role perfectly. Someone who can blend in and erase the original. She paused, voice dropping to a whisper. And you're the replacement. The room suddenly felt too small, too suffocating. My breath came fast and shallow, the metallic taste returning, stronger this time. My hands trembled as I reached for the laptop, clicking it awake. Files, endless files, documents, emails, photographs, all labeled with my name. But none of it matched the life I thought I had. A soft knock on the door startled me. My doppelganger's eyes flashed. They're close. We don't have much time. I backed away from the desk, heart pounding. Who are they? My voice cracked. She hesitated, then said, people who want control. Control over identity, over narrative. They erase you and write their own story. The idea was absurd. Impossible. Yet, the cold logic in her voice, the mountain of evidence, it all gnawed at my resolve. I don't belong here, I whispered. Her smile returned, faint and sad. Neither do I. We stood in silence, the distant hum of the building pressing in on us. Outside, the night deepened, thick and heavy. Then the lights flickered again, and the door behind us rattled. Someone was coming. I pressed my back against the cold wall, heart hammering as the shadows seemed to stretch and twist with the failing light. She reached out, her fingers brushing mine, a brief tether in the growing darkness. We have to move, she said softly, voice barely above a whisper. They won't wait for us to understand. They never do. The corridor ahead was a maze of peeling paint and broken tiles, faint traces of a life long abandoned. I could almost hear the echoes of footsteps past, the whispers of those erased before us, their stories swallowed by time and fear. Where? I asked, the word trembling on my lips. Anywhere but here, she replied. There's a way out through the old service tunnels. I know them. But it's not just about escape anymore. It's about reclaiming what they took, the truth, the pieces of ourselves hidden beneath their lies. The rattling door grew louder, accompanied by muffled voices, harsh, clipped, suffocating. We didn't have time to hesitate. Taking her hand, I followed her into the shadows, each step a quiet rebellion against the erasure they demanded. The flickering lights cast jagged silhouettes as we slipped through the darkness, two fragmented souls refusing to be rewritten. The hallway stretched out before us, a narrow vein pulsing with danger, but also possibility. I tightened my grip on her hand, feeling the tremor beneath her skin. Fear, yes, but also something fiercer, a spark that refused to be smothered. A sudden clang echoed behind us. Someone was coming. We ducked into a recessed alcove, pressed against the cold concrete, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps drew nearer, deliberate and methodical. Did you hear something? A voice hissed, low and ragged, as if trying to mask uncertainty with authority. Check the wing. They couldn't have gone far, came the reply, sharp and impatient. They passed, their shadows falling over us like a heavy veil before moving on. As soon as the danger ebbed, I whispered, "We can't stay here. We need to find the exit, and fast." She nodded, her eyes scanning the maze of corridors ahead. "There's a service tunnel. It's risky, but it might get us out without crossing the main guards." Without another word, we slipped back onto the path, the stale air pressing in around us. The tunnel's entrance was hidden behind a rusted panel, its edges jagged and brittle. I pried it open, wincing as the metal groaned in protest. Inside, the darkness was absolute, a suffocating blackness that swallowed sound and light alike. I extended my hand, fingertips brushing hers, grounding us both. Every heartbeat sounded like a drum in the silence. Suddenly, a voice cracked from the shadows ahead. "Wait." A figure emerged, eyes wide but wary. At first, suspicion burned in their gaze, but then recognition softened it. "It's you," the woman breathed, stepping forward, a ghost from a past I thought buried. "Lena," I said, relief and disbelief mingling in my voice. "We don't have time to explain. Are you with us?" She hesitated, then nodded. "I've been waiting for a sign. Let's finish what we started." Together, the three of us moved deeper into the tunnel, the promise of freedom, fragile but real, guiding every step. "Wait." The voice sliced through the blackness like an item, low and steady but unmistakably urgent. I froze, the stale air thick against my skin, and my fingers tightened around hers. The surface tunnel ahead was a blind void, swallowing us whole, but that voice, so close, pulled me back from stepping into the unknown. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice sounding foreign in the oppressive silence. No answer. Just a faint shuffling, like someone shifting weight on cracked concrete. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear rising in my throat. "We can't stay here," I said, voice barely above a breath. "They're close." Her hand squeezed mine, steady but tense. "This way," she said, already moving sideways, tracing the tunnel wall. The faint scrape of her shoes echoed, a ghost in the dark. We pressed forward, the smell of damp earth and rust clinging to my clothes. My skin prickled, every nerve alert, until the tunnel narrowed, forcing us to crawl. The cold roughness of the concrete scraped my palms as I pushed ahead. Then a sudden glint caught my eye, something shiny tucked into a crack in the wall. I reached out, fingers trembling. It was a small folded note, brittle and yellowed at the edges. I unfolded it carefully, the paper crackling like dry leaves. "You don't belong here. Leave before it's too late." The words were scrawled in hurried, uneven handwriting. My pulse slammed against my ribs. Where had this come from? Who left it? And how did they know? I glanced at her. Her face was unreadable, shadows hiding whatever she was thinking. This changes nothing," she said, her voice calm but cold. "You're the one who doesn't belong." I blinked. "What does that mean?" "I'm the one who's been here, working, living. But you weren't supposed to be here. Not anymore." Her eyes caught mine, sharp as broken glass. "You're a mistake. A copy." A shiver ran up my spine. The word copy echoed in my mind, clashing with every memory I had. "I don't understand." My voice cracked. "I'm me. I'm real." She shook her head slowly. "That's the problem. You're not." The tunnel shifted beneath us, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing colder, tighter. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Instead, I felt the walls closing in, the darkness pressing harder against my skin. "We have to keep moving," she said, voice soft but insistent. "They'll find us if we linger." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Every instinct screamed to trust her, yet every part of me wanted to run the other way. We emerged into a narrow maintenance corridor, fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The buzzing stuttered and hummed, casting a sickly yellow glow. The air smelled of motor oil and ozone, sharp and bitter. I glanced around. The exit signs were dim, barely lighting the way. The building groaned a low, distant rumble that set my teeth on edge. "Who are they?" I asked, voice small. "The ones we're running from." Her eyes darted to the cracked ceiling tile, then back to me. "People who don't want you here. You're a glitch in their system. Something they never approved." She paused, swallowing. "They're part of the company, a faction. They keep things controlled. Perfect. You upset that." I shook my head, confusion twisting in my gut. "But I work here. I have a desk, emails, a schedule. I'm part of the team." "That's what they want you to think," she said. "But you're not on any real roster. No one's authorized you." The words hit me like a fist. I thought about HR, the emails I'd sent, the meetings I'd attended, the photos on my desk, the coffee mug with my name. All of it suddenly felt fragile, like a house of cards in a storm. What about my life outside this place? I whispered. My apartment? My friends? She looked away, voice barely audible. "They don't exist the way you think." "Not really." A hollow laugh escaped me, dry and bitter. "That can't be true." Her gaze locked on mine, cold and unwavering. "You're trapped. By them, by your own mind, by the lie you've been living." I stumbled, dizzy. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in rhythm with my racing heart. "We need to find proof," I said, desperate. "Something to show them. To show me." She nodded, relief flickering for a moment. "There's a server room nearby. If we can get in, you might find your file. The real you." We moved quickly, the corridor narrowing, the lights flickering faster. I could hear distant voices, muffled, urgent, growing louder. The smell of burnt plastic drifted through the air. The closer we got, the heavier the silence became, like the building itself was holding its breath. At the server room door, she pulled out a small device, clicking it against the lock. A series of beeps, then a soft click. The door slid open with a hiss that sounded too loud in the quiet. Inside, rows of humming machines blinked with red and green lights. The air was cool and dry, tinged with the scent of ozone and old metal. I stepped forward, hands trembling as I approached a terminal. She hovered behind me. "Your life is here. All of it." I logged in, fingers shaking over the keys. Then I saw files with my name, dates, places I'd never heard of. Memories that felt like mine but weren't. "Why am I here?" I asked, voice breaking. "Who did this?" She looked over my shoulder, face grim. "Because you were a problem. Because they couldn't risk losing control." Suddenly, alarms blared, sharp and urgent, shattering the silence. Red lights flashed, casting wild shadows. "They know," she said. "We've been here too long." Panic slammed into me, cold and fierce. No way out. No escape. Her hand found mine again, steadying. There's no turning back now. We weren't just fighting for answers anymore. We were fighting to survive the truth. The alarm screamed like a banshee, echoing off the concrete walls and bouncing back at us, sharp and relentless. She kept her grip on my wrist, firm but calm as if she'd been through this before. We have to move, she said, voice low, almost whispering to cut through the noise. I nodded, though my knees felt like jelly, and my breath came in quick, uneven gasps. The terminal behind us blinked out, screens going dark one by one, swallowed by the growing chaos. Somewhere distant, a door slammed shut with a heavy clang that made the whole floor vibrate beneath my feet. We don't have much time, she said, pulling me toward a narrow corridor that stretched into shadow. The walls were rough plaster, cold and damp, the smell of mildew thick in the stagnant air. Her pace was steady, unhurried, but I struggled to keep up. The noise was deafening, yet there was a strange emptiness beneath it, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I glanced back. The room we just left was swallowed by a red haze, the machines dead or dying, their hum replaced by the shrill alarms. I wanted to ask her why. Who was they? Who had done this to me? But the words stuck in my throat. My mind reeled. So many questions tangled together, knotting tighter with every step. The files I'd seen. My name, my life, scratched out in data and lies. Places I'd never been, people I'd never met. Yet they felt familiar, as if buried deep inside me, waiting to be unearthed. Why do you know so much about me? I blurted, trying to catch my breath. Who are you, really? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she stopped in front of a heavy steel door, fingers tracing the cold metal. Her eyes met mine, sharp and unreadable. I'm the one who belongs here, she said quietly. You're the intruder. The words hit me like a fist. Intruder. Not me. My chest tightened, breath hitching. I wanted to scream, to shake her until she admitted this was some terrible mistake. But her gaze held steady, unyielding. We don't have time for this, she added, pressing a palm to the door's keypad. Once we're inside, we can figure out what comes next. The door hissed, sliding open to reveal a dimly lit room filled with monitors and tangled wires. The air was thicker here, warmer, carrying the faint smell of burnt circuits and something else, something metallic and bitter. She stepped inside, dragging me with her. The door shut behind us with a dull thud that sealed us inside. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my limbs. What is this place? I asked. Her eyes flicked over the screens. Control. Observation. The center of everything you thought you knew. I stared at the flickering images, faces, places, snippets of conversations I had moments before. Footage from cameras I didn't know existed. And then, there was me. Not just me, but her. The doppelgänger. Standing side by side, mirrored yet separate. I touched the glass of one monitor, tracing the outline of my own face trapped in pixels. Why me? Why now? What do they want? She shook her head, voice tight. Control. Power. To keep the story clean. To erase the parts that don't fit. A sudden noise, a soft click behind us. My skin prickled with awareness. We weren't alone. We need to move, she said, eyes darting toward the door. They'll be here any second. I tried to steady my voice. Who are they? The people watching us? Her lips pressed together, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. People like us. But not us. The words churned in my gut. People like us. Not us. The distinction was razor thin, terrifying in its implication. Then, the door rattled with a muffled pounding. A voice filtered through the thick metal. Security lockdown activated. Surrender immediately. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might burst. The smell of ozone was sharper now, electric and oppressive. The walls seemed to close in, the air growing heavier, thicker. She grabbed my arm again, pulling me toward a back exit I hadn't noticed before. This way. It's our only chance. I hesitated, torn between desperation and disbelief. Could I trust her? Could I trust anyone here? Her grip tightened. Look at me, she demanded. You're not the one who belongs. You're the anomaly. The mistake in their system. And if you stay, they'll erase you. Erase. The word echoed inside my skull like a death sentence. I swallowed a lump that caught in my throat. Then what? What happens if I follow you? Her eyes softened, just a little. You survive. We survive. I wanted to believe her. I had to. The pounding on the door grew more urgent, a relentless drumbeat of threat and inevitability. We slipped through the narrow exit, the cold night air rushing in like a gasp of relief. The world outside was silent, save for the distant howl of a dog and the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a restless wind. She didn't slow down, pulling me into the shadows of the alley. My legs burned, lungs burning with cold air, heart pounding so hard I could hear it thudding in my ears. Who are you? I demanded again, voice raw. She paused, eyes glinting in the darkness. I'm what you're supposed to be. The words sank into me, heavy with meaning I couldn't fully grasp. For a moment, the night seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the far end of the alley, a figure emerged, another shadow, moving with purpose. Neither of us moved. The unknown threat was closing in. I could feel the weight of everything pressing down, truths I wasn't ready for, lies I'd lived, and a future that was suddenly uncertain, fragile. And I realized this was no longer just about survival. It was about who I was and who I was supposed to be. The line between them and me had blurred, and the fight was just beginning. The alley was colder than I remembered, the rough bricks pressing against my back like a warning. Who is that? I whispered, voice barely more than a breath. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. You don't want to know. Not yet. I forced my legs to stop shaking. The cold air mixed with a faint scent of wet concrete and something metallic, maybe rust from a broken pipe nearby. My lungs burned, tasted a little like the night itself, sharp and unforgiving. I wanted to turn and run, but curiosity rooted me in place. The newcomer stepped from the shadows. Not much older than me, but with a presence that seemed to pull the darkness closer. She looked at the doppelgänger, then at me, and the tension between the three of us stretched tight, like a wire about to snap. You shouldn't be here, the second shadow said, voice low but firm, like a warning or a threat wrapped in silk. I blinked, confused. Neither should you. They exchanged a look. Not friendly. Not hostile either, more like two sides of a coin that had been flipped one too many times. Look, the doppelgänger said, stepping closer, this isn't about you or me. It's about the space you think you own. The words hit me like a fist. Space. Place. Identity. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of questions I hadn't dared to ask. What space? What do you mean? Her smile twisted. Your job, your friends, your life. You're an echo, a shadow trying to fit where you don't belong. I wanted to argue, to shout that everything I had was mine, that I was real. But the second woman shook her head, stepping forward. None of this is easy, she said. But it's real. More real than the lies you tell yourself. I could hear my heartbeat again, slower now, but steady and insistent. I looked from one to the other. Two versions of me, both strangers, both claiming truths I couldn't accept. Why? Why are you doing this? The doppelganger's eyes softened for a moment. Because someone has to. Then the second woman nodded. Because the real danger isn't us. It's what happens if you keep pretending this is normal. A sharp wind rattled the trash cans nearby. The dog howled again, distant but lonely. I tasted salt, maybe sweat or the cold tears I hadn't realized were there. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to piece it all together. The lies, the smiles, the endless days of feeling like a guest in my own life. When I opened them, the alley was empty. Both shadows had vanished as if swallowed by the night. Silence. Complete silence. I stood there, the rough plaster of the wall pressing against my skin, the cool night air drying the sweat on my brow. I wasn't sure what had just happened. Maybe I was losing my mind, or maybe I'd been living a half-truth all along. The next morning, the city felt different. The sunlight was colder, sharper, and the usual hum of life around the office seemed distant, filtered through something I couldn't shake. At work, everyone smiled like nothing had changed. But their eyes held a flicker of something else, curiosity, suspicion, maybe even fear. I sat at my desk, hands trembling slightly as I stared at the screen. The words from the alley echoed in my head. You're an echo, a shadow trying to fit where you don't belong. I thought about my coworkers, my friends, the life I'd built piece by piece. Had it all been a facade? An illusion? My phone buzzed. A message from someone I barely remembered meeting. Just one sentence, we need to talk. Soon. I didn't know who it was, but the weight of it settled deep in my chest. Later, I found myself wandering the city streets, tracing familiar paths with an unfamiliar sense of being watched. The wind carried whispers, the smell of rain on pavement, the distant rumble of a train. I realized then that the doppelganger wasn't just a threat, I was the threat, or at least the possibility of one. The lines between who I was and who I thought I was blurred further with every step. In the weeks that followed, I changed. Not overnight, but in small, deliberate ways. I stopped trusting the easy certainty of smiles. I started asking questions, even when the answers hurt. At night, I dreamed of the alley, of shadows slipping between walls, voices folding into silence. I never saw them again. But their presence lingered, like a cold draft under the door or the taste of something bitter on my tongue. I learned to live with the uncertainty, to carry the weight of the unknown without breaking. Because sometimes, survival isn't about defeating the darkness, it's about learning how to move through it. And maybe, just maybe, that was the real lesson all along. In the quiet moments before dawn, I found a strange kind of peace and acceptance that some questions would remain unanswered, some fears never fully faced. The world kept turning, indifferent to the secrets it held, and I kept walking, step by step, through the shadows of my own making. There was strength in that persistence, a fragile hope woven between the cracks of doubt. And in that fragile hope, I discovered a light worth chasing, even if it never fully chased away the night. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of rain yet to fall, and the first pale hues of morning stretched across the horizon like tentative promises. I pulled my coat tighter, feeling the weight of the night's revelations settle into my bones. It was strange how the darkness could feel both suffocating and strangely liberating, an unspoken invitation to let go, to surrender, even if only for a moment. Ahead, the city stirred slowly, waking from its restless slumber. Windows flickered with the soft glow of lamps, and somewhere, a dog barked, a brief, sharp sound that cut through the stillness. Life, as relentless as ever, demanded attention, moving forward without regard for the past or the mysteries it concealed. Yet, in the quiet between breaths, I felt a shift within myself, subtle but unmistakable. The shadows I had carried for so long began to lose their edges, blurring into something less oppressive, less defining. Maybe it wasn't about banishing the night entirely, nor about unraveling every knot of fear and doubt. Maybe it was simply about walking through it, allowing the light to find its way in, imperfect and uneven as it might be. I took another step, then another, letting the rhythm of my footsteps guide me, steady and sure. Somewhere deep inside, beneath the ache and uncertainty, a fragile ember stirred a quiet resolve to keep moving, to keep seeking, even when the answers seemed out of reach. Story 5, Devil's Loop, the road that twists time. I never liked that stretch of highway. It was a late October afternoon when I decided to drive up there. The sky was a pale, bruised blue, the kind of color that seemed to stretch forever but also promised a long night. I had been cooped up in my apartment for too long, too many days staring at the same four walls, the same deadlines, the same endless hum of city noise. The mountains were only a couple of hours away, but they felt like a different world, a place to breathe without the constant buzz of my phone or the glare of screens. I remember the smell first, pine needles crushed under tires, dry leaves turning brittle, the faint but unmistakable scent of damp earth after a morning rain. The air was cooler up here, sharper, with a hint of smoke from some distant cabin fire. The road was narrow, the asphalt cracked and patched in places, lined with rusting guardrails that looked like they'd seen better decades. I always thought those rails were more decorative than protective, like reminders that you were supposed to respect the mountain, not just race through it. I shouldn't have been surprised when the first weird thing happened. I just passed a sharp bend that curved left so tightly I had to slow way down, and as I straightened out, I caught sight of a small roadside sign. It was old, the paint peeling, and the letters faded. It said something like "Welcome to Devil's Loop." I blinked, thinking I'd misread it, but no. That was the name. I laughed quietly to myself. Who names a road like that? It sounded like an exaggeration for tourists, but the locals always have their quirks. I kept driving slowly, the engine humming beneath me, the tires crunching softly on gravel at the edges. The sun was dipping lower now, shadows stretching long and thin across the pavement. The trees on either side were thick, mostly fir and cedar, their dark trunks like silent sentinels watching me pass. It was peaceful, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you notice the smallest sounds, the distant caw of a crow, the rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush, the faint crunch of my own tires. That's when I realized something was off. The road ahead bent sharply again, but this time, the curve didn't just turn left or right. It seemed to spiral inward, as if the mountain itself was pulling the asphalt into a whirlpool. My stomach tightened. I glanced at the speedometer, then the rearview mirror. Nothing unusual behind me. But the road, I swear it was different from a moment ago. The bend had shifted, or maybe my mind was playing tricks. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Maybe I'd been staring at the GPS too long. That's when I noticed the signpost again, but it said something else now. No, that couldn't be right. I just passed the "Welcome to Devil's Loop" sign, but this one said mile 27. I frowned. I had no idea how far I'd driven, or how long I'd been on the road. The numbers felt arbitrary, like they'd been moved or erased. I reached over to the console and grabbed my phone, hoping to check the time or GPS. No signal. Of course. The mountains always played that game. I tried again, but the screen stayed stubbornly blank except for the battery icon, which was nearly empty. I cursed under my breath, a habit I had despite myself. Great. No map, no phone, no idea where I was exactly. I took a breath, trying to steady my nerves. The road ahead was still twisting, but the trees seemed to press in closer now. The shadows grew longer, thicker, swallowing the edges of the pavement like ink spreading on paper. I flipped on the headlights, the beams cutting through the gloom but not quite reaching the end of the next curve. Then I heard something. At first, I thought it was the wind. A faint, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps? No, That didn't make sense. I was alone. I glanced out the window, the glass fogging slightly with my breath. Nothing. Just trees, the road, the dark. But the sound persisted, soft but steady, echoing oddly between the trunks. It was too regular to be the wind. I pulled over cautiously to the shoulder, the gravel crunching under my tires. I opened the window a crack, and the cool air rushed in, carrying the scent of damp moss and something else, something faintly metallic, like rust or old blood. The tapping stopped immediately. Silence. Complete silence. I closed the window, my hands trembling ever so slightly. I told myself it was nothing. Probably a branch against a car or some animal scampering nearby. But my heart had picked up pace, and that nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. Something was wrong here. I started the engine again, pulling back onto the road. The headlights revealed the curve ahead, impossibly tight, curling back on itself like a ribbon twisted too many times. I forced my foot down, trying to get past it, to find something, anything that looked familiar. But as I drove, the road didn't open up or straighten out. Instead, it seemed to fold in on itself, the trees blurring at the edges, the signs flickering in and out of existence. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes. The dashboard clock blinked 4:37. I looked again 10 minutes later. Same time. The sun had dipped lower, but the sky's color hadn't changed. Everything felt stuck, like I was trapped between moments. I tried to call someone, my sister, my friend, anyone, but no signal. The phone's battery died before I could even send a text. I felt the weight of silence pressing down, a thick, almost physical thing that made my skin crawl. I wanted to turn back, but the road twisted again, and again, each curve identical but subtly wrong. I wasn't sure if I was moving forward or somewhere else. A car appeared behind me suddenly, its headlights glaring like a spotlight. I blinked at the brightness, heart hammering. The driver didn't pass, didn't flash lights, just followed at a steady distance, matching my speed. I tried to speed up, but the curves held me like a cage. The car stayed behind, patient, silent. "Hey," I muttered aloud, though I knew the driver couldn't hear me. "What do you want?" No answer. Just the buzz of the engine and the endless twists of the road. I swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel tighter. The cold sweat on my back prickled like needles. Something about this place was wrong. I could feel it in my bones, the way the road seemed to erase itself behind me, the way time bent and stalled. And whatever was out there, waiting in the dark, was patient. I didn't know it yet, but I was already caught. The headlights stayed glued to my rearview mirror, unwavering, like a pair of watchful eyes. I took a deep breath, tasting the stale air in the car, mixed with the faint, sour tang of sweat from my palms. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. The cold night air seeped through the cracked window, carrying the scent of damp pine and something faintly metallic, like rust or old machinery, a smell I couldn't place, but it set my teeth on edge. I glanced at the dashboard clock. It blinked 2:13 a.m. I blinked too. The numbers didn't seem to hold still. I could swear it had just been 1:47 a.m. a minute ago. Time was folding in on itself, warping like the road. I tried to shake the thought, but it clung to the back of my mind like a shadow. The car behind didn't flash its lights or honk, just followed, steady, patient. I tried to speed up, pressed the accelerator, but the engine protested against the constant twisting. It was like the curves were designed to sap momentum, to trap any vehicle in some slow, endless dance. I wanted to pull over, to stop and collect my thoughts, but the shoulder was narrow, crumbling, and the darkness beyond it looked bottomless. I wasn't sure if there was even solid ground beyond the guardrail. The trees leaned in close, their branches scratching the car like fingernails on glass. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice barely audible over the hum of the engine and the rhythmic slap of tires on asphalt. "What do you want?" Silence. The car stayed behind, a dark shape in the night, its presence both a comfort and a threat. I remembered the strange set of signs I'd passed earlier, bright yellow warnings about sharp curves and no stopping for 10 miles. No cell service, too. The isolation wasn't an accident. Someone had planned this road with a purpose, and I didn't like to imagine what. I pulled off the road at the first sign of a widened turnout, heart hammering. The other car slowed but didn't stop, just idled a few yards behind me, engine silent now. I stepped out, the cold biting through my jacket, and the night air was so still it pressed against my eardrums. I tried to see inside the other car, but the windows were tinted too dark. No movement. No light inside. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking. "Are you okay?" Nothing. Just a sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of the wind threading through the pines and the distant cry of a coyote or maybe a dog. A cold flush crept up my spine. Something about this felt premeditated. Someone was watching, waiting, testing how far they could push a person before the road swallowed them whole. I got back in my car, locking the doors with a quick click. The headlights behind me flickered briefly, as if acknowledging my retreat, then moved back onto the road and disappeared into the black curves. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, the twisting road replayed itself behind my eyelids, each turn a mirror image but subtly wrong. I had this gnawing sensation, like my memories were slipping through my fingers, a name, a face, a place just beyond reach. Morning brought no relief. The sun struggled through thick gray clouds, casting a dull light over the mountains. I pulled off the highway at a small roadside diner, desperate for solid ground and some semblance of normalcy. Inside, the scent of coffee and fried eggs was warm and oddly reassuring. The place was empty except for a woman behind the counter, mid-40s, with tired eyes and a tight smile. She wiped a glass with a rag that looked cleaner than the rest of the diner. "Coffee," I said, voice rough. "Black. Please." She nodded, pouring the dark liquid with practiced ease. "You look like you've been up all night. That road giving you trouble?" I paused, surprised by how easily the words slipped out. "Yeah. I'm not sure I'm making any progress." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "You're not the first. That stretch, it messes with people. Not just the curves. Something else." I stared at her, heart skipping. "What do you mean?" She glanced toward the window, then back, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Drivers get lost there. Not just lose their way, but lose time. Their minds start to slip. People stop remembering things, where they came from, what they were doing. Some end up stuck in that loop for days, weeks even." That hit me harder than I expected. The exhaustion, the flickers of forgotten moments, the relentless loop of the road, all pieces of a puzzle I hadn't wanted to see. "Have you seen anyone else?" I asked, voice low. "Phew," she said. "A man whose car broke down and disappeared after a day, a woman who came through, eyes glazed over, couldn't tell you her own name. They all vanish eventually. No one knows where." I swallowed hard, the bitter coffee burning down my throat. This wasn't just a weird stretch of highway. It was a trap. "I need to figure this out," I said, more to myself than her. She nodded slowly. "Be careful. That road takes more than just your direction. It takes pieces of you." Back in the car, I felt the weight of those words settle. The engine roared to life, but I hesitated. The sun was higher now, but the sky was still a dull gray canvas that swallowed light. I took out my phone. No signal. Not a single bar. I started driving again, this time paying closer attention. I noted the mile markers, the small roadside signs, anything that could help map this madness. But every time I thought I'd made progress, the road twisted back on itself, markers repeating or vanishing. The landscape felt familiar, but also alien. I stopped at a crumbling pullout, the ground uneven beneath my feet. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin. I leaned against the guardrail, hands cold and shaking. I was losing track of how long I'd been on this road. Minutes? Hours? Days? A sound broke the silence, a low, guttural humming from deep in the forest. Not animal, not mechanical. It was distant but steady, like a machine buried underground or a voice just out of earshot. I strained to listen, heart pounding. The car behind me appeared again, headlights cutting through the trees. This time, it didn't stay behind. It edged forward, then stopped beside me, engine silent. The driver's window rolled down slowly. The face that looked out was pale, eyes wide but vacant, like someone who had wandered too far and forgotten who they were. The figure started, voice trembling, "You have to leave. It's not safe." Before I could answer, the window slid up, and the car sped off into the knotted curves of the highway. I stared after it, breath shallow, the cold pressing in from all sides. The road hadn't released me yet. It was still holding on, waiting to erase the rest of me. I slid back into the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel tighter than before. The loop was tightening, and I was running out of options. The headlights disappeared quickly, swallowed by the twisted ribbon of highway and thick trees. I stood frozen for a moment, the cold seeping deeper through my jacket, fingers numb against the rough metal of the guardrail. The humming from the forest didn't fade, it grew more insistent, like a low engine revving somewhere beneath the earth. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath, but the air itself felt heavier, as though the night was pressing in around me. I slid back into the driver's seat, the leather cracked and cold, and gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles blanched. The road ahead was a snake of blacktop, impossible curves folding in on themselves, the yellow lines bleeding into the shadows. That pale face haunted me, eyes vacant, like a ghost trapped inside a body that no longer knew how to live. I couldn't get the words out of my head. "You have to leave. It's not safe." But safe was a relative term here. This road had swallowed drivers whole, or so the stories said. And now, I wasn't sure if I was still driving or if the highway itself was driving me, twisting time and space until memory bled away and the world became a maze with no exit. I tried the radio, static. No signal. The only sound was my ragged breathing, the soft thud of tires against asphalt, and that damned humming. I glanced at the dashboard clock. It blinked erratically, numbers jumping from 2:17 to 3:04, then back again. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The mountain air was tasting like iron, thick and metallic on my tongue. I wasn't hallucinating. Or maybe I was. I didn't know anymore. I pressed the gas, hoping to outrun whatever this was. The car responded sluggishly, like it was struggling against some unseen force. The road curved sharply up ahead, then looped back on itself in a way that made my stomach lurch. I gripped the wheel harder. I had to keep moving. Minutes passed, or hours, I couldn't tell. The forest seemed to close in, branches scraping the sides of the car like skeletal fingers. The thought chilled me to the bone. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. I told myself it was exhaustion. It had to be. Then I saw it, a figure crouched on the roadside, arms wrapped around knees, head bowed. I slowed, heart knocking in my chest. The figure looked up. That same pale face. The vacant eyes. Not a ghost, but a person. Or what was left of one. "Don't stop," the voice whispered, barely audible over the humming. "You can't leave. Not now." I blinked. The figure was gone. I slammed my foot on the brake, tires screeching against the asphalt. The car skidded, and I caught myself just before hitting the guardrail. My hands trembled, cold sweat slicking my palms. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? The thought made the humming grow louder, almost deafening now. I tried to call someone, anyone. My phone was dead. No signal. No bars. Just silence. Then, headlights appeared behind me again. Not one car, but two, then three, all creeping up the road like predators circling their prey. Their beams sliced through the darkness, blinding and relentless. I felt trapped. The road was closing in. I slammed the gear into reverse, tires spinning, but the curse twisted impossibly tight. It was as if the road was a living thing, reshaping itself to trap me. The cars behind slowed, matching my pace, never overtaking, never letting me go. Panic clawed at my throat. I tried to focus on the map taped to my dashboard, but the lines were smudged, the landmarks unrecognizable. The names of towns repeated endlessly, a cruel joke played by this cursed highway. I whispered to myself, "Think. Just think." Then the realization hit me like a cold wave. This wasn't just a road with bad curves. It was designed to erase everything: direction, time, memory. Drivers lost themselves here, not to monsters or ghosts, but to the road itself and whatever lived in the shadows it created. The strange geometry wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. I looked in the rearview mirror. The cars were still there, their drivers unseen but felt. Watching. Waiting. I was no longer alone. The humming shifted, modulating into something almost like speech, fragments of words buried beneath static noise. I caught a phrase, "Stay." "Forget." My mind reeled. Was this some experiment? A cruel trap set by people who understood how to bend perception, turning the highway into a prison? The thought was unbearable, yet it fit the pieces together. My hands shook uncontrollably. The cold air burned my lungs every time I forced a breath. I was caught between the past I barely remembered and a future I couldn't escape. Suddenly, the dashboard lights flickered violently, and the car's engine died. The headlights behind me surged forward, blinding. I was dead in the water. The door handle rattled. Someone was trying to get in. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I glanced sideways and saw a shadow pressed against the glass, fingers tapping lightly, almost playfully. "Let me in," a voice said, soft but firm. I locked the doors, heart pounding so hard it echoed in my ears. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper from the passenger seat, "You can't leave now." I jerked around. No one. The realization hit me with crushing certainty. I had crossed the point of no return. The highway had me. And I was already losing myself. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white, and forced the ignition. The engine roared back to life, but the road ahead was no longer familiar. The curse folded tighter, shadows deeper, and the night stretched endlessly. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The engine shuddered back to life, the sudden roar jarring in the suffocating quiet around me. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly the knuckles blazed white-hot. I forced myself to look through the windshield, scanning for any sign of the road's end or a break in the endless folding. But there was nothing. No lights, No signs, no markers. Just the winding black ribbon that had swallowed me whole. The tapping at the window was back. Soft. Insistent. Like a child tapping a spoon against a glass to get your attention. I didn't want to look, didn't want to give whatever it was the satisfaction, but my eyes betrayed me. There, pressed against the driver's side window, was a face. Pale but not quite human, with eyes too wide, too still. It smiled without moving its lips, a slow, deliberate curve that sent a shudder through my spine. The breath fogged the glass, and the smell hit me, something cold, like damp earth mixed with rust, and something faintly chemical that I couldn't place. "Let me in," the voice came again, soft but unyielding, like the edge of an item sliding along your skin without cutting. I locked the doors again, heart hammering so loudly I thought the car might shake itself apart. But the tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from somewhere behind me, a low murmur. Not quite a word, more a sound curling just beyond understanding. I twisted in my seat, eyes darting to the rearview mirror. Nothing but empty dark and the faintest glimmer of headlights far, far behind. I was alone. Or so I thought. The whisper came again, this time from the passenger seat, where no one sat. "You can't leave now." I jerked back toward the wheel, breath catching in my throat. Nobody. No one there. Only the faint scent of cold metal and the stale air of the car's interior. The words echoed in my mind, an unrelenting beat hammering down every rational thought. I swallowed hard, dry mouth crawling with tension. I had crossed the point of no return. The highway had me. And now it was testing the limits of my sanity. I forced my foot down on the accelerator, the car lurching forward as the road tightened into another impossible curve. The trees closed in, branches clawing at the roof, scraping the paint. The smell of wet pine and cold moss filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, mixing with the faint tang of exhaust fumes and something else, something sour and bitter that made my stomach churn. I fought the exhaustion pulling at my eyelids, the creeping haze trying to drag me under. I could hear it in the silence between the sounds, the quiet that stretched and pulled like a vacuum, sucking the edges of my mind into a dimming void. Time was slipping away, folding like the road, twisting into a shape I couldn't hold on to. My hands trembled on the wheel. I wiped sweat from my brow, tasted salt and metal on my lips. The radio crackled to life with static, then a man's voice, cut through the noise. Clear, calm, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "Lost again, aren't you?" I froze, breath shallow. The voice came from the radio, but it wasn't the station I'd been tuned to. No music, no news. Just that voice, like a passenger riding object in the back of my mind. "Who's there?" I whispered, heart slamming against ribs. The voice chuckled softly. "Does it matter? You're already here. Where else could you be?" I slammed my palm against the dashboard, desperate to shut it off, but the radio stayed on, the voice weaving through the static like smoke. "You think you can fight it? The road owns you now. It doesn't forget. It doesn't let go." The words sank deep, like icy fingers curling around my spine. I glanced in the side mirror, no cars behind, no signs of pursuit. Just the endless dark and the winding road. A sudden flash of headlights appeared ahead, bright and blinding. I blinked hard, trying to focus, but the lights twisted and warped, bending around the curves impossibly fast. The road looked like a ribbon unraveling in the wind, collapsing and folding over itself in ways that made my stomach turn. I gripped the wheel tighter, muscles knotting. The car shuddered as I pushed forward, following the lights that beckoned like a mirage. The smell of rain hit me suddenly, fresh and sharp, mingling with the damp earth and the faint metallic scent that clung to the night air. Rain began to fall, soft at first, then heavier, pounding on the roof and windshield in a steady drum. The wipers struggled to keep up, leaving streaks of water that blurred the road ahead. The headlights behind me flickered again, closer now, but every time I glanced back, there was nothing there. My mind was fraying at the edges, the exhaustion bleeding through every thought. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and uneven, and the steady beat of the rain. The road seemed to stretch into infinity, each curve folding into the next with no relief. I tried to remember how long I'd been driving, but the numbers slipped away like sand through fingers. Stop, I murmured to myself. Just stop. But the car kept moving, the engine humming low and steady, a heartbeat in the dark. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the side of the road. A man, standing perfectly still, drenched by the rain. His coat clung to his body, dark and dripping, and his face was hidden beneath the brim of a hat. I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on wet asphalt, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The car jerked to a halt just feet away from him. He didn't move. I rolled down the window despite the cold, the rain spraying inside in icy droplets. "Hey," I called, voice cracking. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" No answer. Just the sound of rain and the distant roll of thunder. I squinted through the downpour. The man's head slowly lifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw his eyes. Empty. Hollow. Then he turned and disappeared into the trees without a sound, swallowed by the shadows. The silence that fell was heavy and thick, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I closed the window, shivering as the cold seeped into my skin. The radio crackled again, the voice whispering low and slow. "You're not alone out here. Never were." I slammed my hands against the steering wheel, breath ragged. The road ahead twisted tighter, faster. The curves folded in on themselves, folding and folding, like a nightmare I couldn't wake from. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But the highway held me fast, a trap with no walls, no doors, only endless turns and shadows that bled into the night. And somewhere deep inside, I knew this was just the beginning. The sun had long since slipped behind the jagged ridges, leaving the mountain highway bathed in a bruised twilight. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles paling against the worn leather, my eyes darting between the warped lines painted on the asphalt and the dim glow of my dashboard. The curves had become less a geographical feature and more a maze, a trap I'd fallen into without realizing it. Every turn bled into the next, and the road seemed to fold back on itself, mocking my sense of direction. I thought I lost track of time earlier, but now it was impossible to tell. Had I been driving for hours? Days? The sky's fading light offered no clues, the mountain shadows stretched like fingers, clutching at the edges of my vision. The air smelled cold, damp, and faintly of pine resin, but there was something else, too, a metallic tang that made the back of my throat itch. Maybe rust, or old machinery abandoned somewhere ahead. I swallowed, dry and reluctant. I forced myself to slow down, easing the car around a curve so tight I could feel the tires protesting. The radio crackled suddenly, static filling the cabin before a voice broke through. "You're not alone," it said, low and ragged. Then silence. I blinked, heart stuttering. I hadn't touched the dial. My breath hitched, a chill crawling up my spine. It was a trick of the mind, I told myself. Exhaustion playing tricks. The road was doing its job, twisting, bending, eroding my sense of reality. But then I heard it again, footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Not from outside the car, but close enough that I could feel their presence, like a shadow breathing beside me. I glanced at the passenger seat. Empty. The darkness beyond the windows seemed to pulse, alive with unseen watchers. My pulse quickened. I swallowed hard, tasting copper and something bitter on my tongue. "Hello?" I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Only the distant bark of a dog, sharp and sudden, then fading into the night. I forced myself to focus on the road, the only solid thing I could cling to. The lines beneath my tires flickered oddly, bending in ways that defied logic, as if the asphalt itself was melting. My hands trembled, and I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog clouding my mind. That's when I saw it. A figure standing at the roadside, just ahead, barely visible in the gloom. A man. Or something like one. His clothes were dark, blending into the night, his posture rigid, unnatural. The headlights caught the glint of his eyes, sharp, unblinking. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. The car fishtailed, then steadied. The figure didn't move. He just stood there, watching. I tried to open the door, but my fingers were stiff, fumbling. The man took a step forward, and I felt a weight settle in my chest, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to shout, to call for help, but my voice was gone, swallowed by the thick night air. Then he spoke, voice low and deliberate, "You don't belong here." Something inside me broke, the part that had resisted the creeping madness of the road. I swallowed my panic and forced words out. "I'm just trying to get out." He smiled, and it was a slow, unsettling curve of lips that didn't reach his eyes. "This place. It takes. You can't leave until it's done with you." His eyes flicked to the road behind me, where the darkness swallowed the highway whole. I slammed the door shut, locked it instinctively. The engine's hum felt like a lifeline. I took a deep breath, the cold night air filling my lungs despite the car's warmth. I had to think. Remember the sign. I had seen it hours ago, or was it days? The yellow diamond with a black spiral warning drivers of the road's unusual geometry. A local legend, dismissed by most as folklore. But I remembered the words scrawled beneath it in faded paint, "Keep moving forward. Don't stop. Don't look back." I slammed the car into gear and tore away, the tires skidding slightly on the loose gravel at the shoulder. The figure dissolved into the shadows behind me, swallowed by the mountain's dark embrace. I drove, not daring to slow, not daring to look away. The road twisted and turned, a relentless serpent, but I forced myself to press on. The curves tried to disorient me, trying to erase my bearings, but I fought it, anchoring myself with each mile. Hours passed, or maybe less. Time had lost meaning. The radio crackled again, then went silent. The metallic taste lingered. My eyelids grew heavy, stinging with exhaustion, but I kept them open. Then, through the fog of weariness, a break. A widening of the road, a cluster of lights in the distance. A gas station. A haven. I pulled in, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, casting harsh pulls of light. Inside, the air smelled of coffee and plastic. The cashier, a tired-looking woman with dark circles under her eyes, glanced up as I entered. "Long drive?" she asked, voice rough but not unkind. "You have no idea," I said, voice hoarse. She nodded, as if she understood everything. "That road does that to people. Twists their heads right off. You're lucky to be here." I sank onto a stool by the counter, the weight of the night pressing down on me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I exhaled fully. The hallucinations, the endless loops, the creeping sense of erasure, they were behind me. But the road had left its mark. I could still feel its pull in the back of my mind, a whispering call to turn back, to lose myself again. I looked out the window. The mountain loomed, vast and indifferent. The highway stretched beyond, a ribbon of uncertainty disappearing into the dark. "Do you want some coffee?" the woman asked, holding out a steaming cup. I nodded, the warmth seeping into my cold hands. "I'm going to get off this mountain," I said quietly, more to myself than to her. "No more loops. No more curves." She smiled faintly. "Good. Sometimes the hardest part is remembering where you came from." I stared at the swirling steam rising from the cup, my reflection blurred in the glass. I thought about the drivers I'd never seen again, the memories lost beneath the road's endless bends. The weight of their silence pressed on me, a reminder that some places don't give up their secrets easily. But I was here now. I had escaped. And maybe that was enough. Outside, the night held its breath, waiting. I finished the coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. Then I stepped out into the cold, the mountain air sharp against my skin. The road behind me was quiet, empty. I didn't look back. Story 6, Silent Rift, Darkness Reveals Hidden Presence. The night's quiet was something I hadn't expected. Not the usual city kind of quiet, no distant sirens, no muffled voices, no hum of cars crawling along cracked asphalt. Just silence. Complete silence. It was the kind of silence that made every small sound echo, like my own breath or the occasional snap of a twig beneath my boots. I remember thinking how strange it was that a place so close to civilization could feel so utterly empty. I'd come to this stretch of forest because I needed to get away, clear my head, and avoid the usual distractions that made my thoughts feel like they were swimming in molasses. I'd been hiking for hours, mostly on well-worn dirt trails lined with towering pines that smelled sharp and earthy, with a hint of damp moss clinging to their bark. The air tasted cool and clean, slightly metallic from the night's dew, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as a breeze whispered through the branches. The moon was just a sliver, barely enough to light my way, so I relied on the flashlight strapped to my wrist. It was one of those cheap LED jobs, nothing fancy, but it did the trick. Or so I thought. I planned this solo trip on a whim. No one else was around, which was exactly what I wanted. No phones ringing, no emails demanding my attention, no social media pulling me back into the world I was trying to escape. I'm not one for nature therapy or any of that, at least, not consciously. I just needed to walk until the noise in my head quieted down. But even now, looking back, I can't shake the feeling that something was off from the start. At first, it was just little things. The way the shadows seemed to stretch too long, like they were flickering at the edges of my vision. The way the trees sometimes appeared to lean in closer, as if they were watching. I know how that sounds, but it wasn't paranoia. It was more like an itch you can't scratch, a subtle rawness that settled over the forest like a stain. I paused near a cluster of rocks, crouching to catch my breath. The flashlight's beam swept over the uneven ground, bouncing off roots and fallen branches. The wood smelled rich and damp, the kind of scent you don't notice during the day but that becomes overwhelming at night. I could hear the soft rustling of something small moving just beyond the light, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel. I held still and listened. The sound stopped. Quiet again. Then, just as I was about to move on, I caught it. A flicker at the edge of my flashlight circle, a shadow, but not quite like the others. It moved too smoothly, too deliberately. For a moment, I thought it might be my mind playing tricks, but no, the shape shifted, almost human. Just beyond the light, where the trees thickened and the terrain dropped off into a shallow ravine. I swallowed hard and edged closer, the beam trembling in my grip. The air grew colder, heavier, like it was trapping the scent of something old and musty. There was a faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing, whispering. I couldn't tell, but it was there. The kind of noise you'd expect in a place that had been forgotten for a long time. "Hello?" I said, voice low and uneven. No answer. just that weighty silence pressing back at me. The leaves underfoot felt suddenly too dry, brittle like ancient parchment. I stepped forward, careful to keep the light steady, and that's when I saw it, a narrow opening in the rock face, half hidden by brambles and shadow. It looked like a cave, but one I hadn't noticed on the map or in any of the guides I'd checked. My pulse picked up. Curiosity held me in place. I crouched and peered inside. The beam flicked weakly against jagged walls, revealing a cramped, winding passage that disappeared into darkness deeper than any night could reach. I shouldn't have gone any further. You know that feeling when your gut tightens and every instinct screams to turn back? That was me. But something else pulled me in, an ache of loneliness, maybe, or the strange hope that someone, anyone, might be trapped down there. I still can't explain it. I don't know. I guess I wanted to see with my own eyes. To prove that the things I'd glimpsed weren't just shadows. I took a slow step forward, then another. The flashlight illuminated patches of damp stone, weird scratches etched into the walls like someone had tried to claw their way out. The air smelled sour, like old sweat and dust and something else I couldn't place. I swallowed a dry lump and called out again, "Is anyone there?" My voice sounded wrong in the cold, narrow space. I waited. Silence. Then faint coughing. Not loud. Not urgent. But there. I froze. My hands trembled. The sound came again, softer this time, almost pleading. I should have left right then. I really should have. But the thought of turning away, of walking back into the darkness outside, felt unbearable. Instead, I tried to shine the light deeper, straining to see beyond the entry. That's when I noticed the shadows, more of them, moving just beyond the flashlight's reach. Slow, deliberate shifts in the darkness that didn't match the rustling of animals or the sway of branches. Shapes that were unmistakably human. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but they didn't disappear. They were real. "Wait," I whispered. "Who's there?" No response. Just that same quiet breathing, steady now, like a pulse. The air grew colder still, and I could taste something metallic at the back of my throat. Fear, maybe. Or something worse. I stepped back, heart pounding, and the shadows vanished. Just like that. The cave was empty again, silent except for the soft drip of water somewhere deep inside. Outside, the forest looked normal. Safe. But something inside me had shifted. The easy solitude I'd sought had fractured, replaced by a gnawing doubt I couldn't shake. I didn't see anyone on the trail the next morning. No sign of rescue or search parties. Just me, my flashlight, and the memory of those faint, unnatural shadows that had moved just beyond the light. Something wasn't right here. I knew it, even if I couldn't explain why. And I had a sinking suspicion that the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to come back. The morning light was thin, barely pushing through the dense canopy, when I finally dragged myself from the restless grip of sleep. I pulled on my jacket, the fabric stiff and rough against my skin, and stepped outside the small cabin where I had taken refuge. The forest was quiet now, but the silence felt different, heavy, watchful. Like the woods were holding their breath, waiting to see what I would do next. I found myself back on the trail before I fully realized I was moving. The ground was soft with damp leaves, and every step sank slightly, leaving a faint imprint that would be lost by sundown. The smell of pine needles mixed with something else, something faint, almost sickly sweet. Like decay, but older, deeper. I couldn't place it. I kept the flashlight in my hand, even though the sun was up. Shadows still clung to the edges of the forest, and the memory of last night's cold breath at my neck made me clutch the handle tighter. I tried to shake off the dull ache behind my eyes, but it lingered, like an echo of the metallic taste I'd noticed before. There was no one on the trail. Not a single hiker or jogger, not even a stray dog barking in the distance. Only the occasional rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig underfoot, and the low hum of insects beginning their day. I knew it was unusual. This was a popular path, especially in the morning. I stopped near the entrance to the cave where the shadows had been and crouched down, scanning the ground. Something caught my eye, a small, frayed piece of cloth, half buried beneath a layer of dirt. It was dark, maybe black or navy, but the light was too dim to be sure. I picked it up carefully, the fabric brittle and dusty. I unfolded it, revealing a rectangular patch stitched with crude lettering. It was faded, but I could just make out the word sanctuary. My stomach twisted. Sanctuary? What kind of sanctuary hides in these caves, in the dark, far from any trail? I stuffed the cloth into my jacket pocket and moved closer to the cave's mouth. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy with the scent of limestone and wet stone. The faint drip of water echoed deeper inside, a slow, steady rhythm like a heartbeat. I hesitated, shining my flashlight inward. That's when I noticed it, carvings on the cave wall, just inside the entrance. Symbols, perhaps, or letters, scratched hastily into the rock. They weren't elaborate, but there was something deliberate about them, like a message meant to be read by those who knew what to look for. I traced a finger along the rough surface, feeling the jagged edges beneath my skin. Suddenly, a sound, soft, almost imperceptible, like a whisper carried on the breeze. I froze, holding my breath. The cave remained silent, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I backed away slowly, heart hammering. I needed to find out more, but alone, in the dark, wasn't the way. I needed help. Someone who wouldn't dismiss my story, even when it sounded absurd. I thought of Sarah. She'd been my hiking partner until a few years ago, sharp as a tack and skeptical to a fault, but she knew these woods better than anyone. If anyone could help me piece this together, it was her. I pulled out my phone, but the screen stayed stubbornly dark, no signal. Not surprising out here, but frustrating nonetheless. I decided to hike back toward the nearest ranger station, a few miles down the path. Maybe I could find someone there, or at least a working phone. As I walked, I kept my eyes peeled for anything unusual: footprints, discarded items, signs of recent activity. The forest felt alive with secrets, and every shadow seemed to twitch with hidden movement. About halfway there, I heard voices. Not loud, but clear enough to catch my attention. They were speaking in hushed tones, urgent and low. I stopped behind a thick stand of bushes, heart thudding against my ribs. Two figures emerged from the trees ahead, men, I thought at first, but the dim light made details hard to distinguish. They wore dark clothing, almost blending completely with the forest shadows. One carried a lantern, its weak flame flickering as they moved. I strained to listen. "Did you check the south entrance?" "We can't afford any mistakes," one whispered sharply. "We did. No one's around." "They won't find them," the other replied. "Good. Keep watch. If anyone's coming, signal immediately." "Signal? What signal?" My pulse quickened. These weren't hikers or rangers. They sounded organized, careful, like they belonged to something secretive. I stepped back, but a dry twig snapped underfoot. Both heads snapped in my direction. I froze, caught like a deer in headlights. "Who's there?" one called out, voice low but firm. I swallowed, words tangled in my throat. I'm just hiking." I didn't mean to intrude. The lantern light bobbed closer, shadows flickering wildly on the trees. The men's faces came into view, young, but with hard eyes, faces set like stone. They looked like they had seen things that no one should. Night hiking alone? Not smart, one said, voice rough but not unkind. I saw something last night, I stammered, forcing myself to speak. In the cave. Shadows. People. They exchanged glances. The second man's eyes narrowed. People? What kind of people? Trapped. I think. Hidden. They moved just beyond my light. The first man's jaw tightened. You shouldn't be here. This is private. Private? I repeated, the word tasting bitter. What's going on? Are people being kept in those caves? They were silent for a long moment. Then the second man looked away, his voice dropping to a whisper. You have no idea what you're dealing with. I felt cold sweat trickling down my back despite the cool air. I want to help, I said, almost pleading. Please. The first man stepped forward, lowering the lantern so the light caught his face fully. Sometimes help only makes things worse. I nodded slowly, the weight of his words settling over me like a lead blanket. These men weren't just guarding secrets, they were part of something bigger, something I wasn't prepared for. Go back to the trailhead, the second man said quietly, and don't come back here. Some things are meant to stay hidden. I hesitated. If I turned away now, would those people trapped in the cave be forgotten? Or worse, would I be next? Before I could answer, a soft sound reached my ears, faint, desperate. A voice, barely audible, calling out from the direction of the cave. Help, please. The men froze. The lantern flickered wildly, casting wild shadows on their faces. Then the first man looked back at me, eyes dark and unreadable. You heard it too, he said. Yes, I whispered. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. We'll deal with this. You should leave. No. I couldn't. Not now. I'm not going anywhere, I said, voice steadier than I expected. The second man's gaze sharpened. You don't know what you're getting into. Maybe, I said, but I'm not walking away. The forest seemed to hold its breath again, the air thick with tension and unspoken threats. The cave waited, silent and dark, ready to reveal whatever secrets it held or swallow us all whole. I took a step forward, and the world shifted beneath my feet. The voice hung in the air, fragile and raw, like a thread stretched too far. Help, please. It wasn't a trick of the wind. It was real. I knew that now, and the cold knot in my stomach tightened. The two men exchanged a glance, but neither moved. Their silence was the loudest thing in the clearing. You heard it too, the first man said, voice low, almost resigned. Yes, I whispered, my throat dry. The beam from my flashlight jittered as I gripped it tighter, trying to steady myself. We can't just leave them. The man's eyes flicked toward the narrow opening where the cave swallowed the night. This isn't a rescue mission, he said. It's a trap. I swallowed hard. Then what is it? What's really going on here? The other man shifted uneasily. You don't understand the cost. People disappear. Sometimes by choice. Sometimes not. But they don't come back. Something in the way they said that made my skin crawl. It wasn't a warning. It was a confession. I took a step closer to the cave's mouth, the damp smell of earth and mold rising up to meet me. Faint shuffles echoed from within, like the restless shifting of shadows. The faint glow from the lanterns barely touched the darkness beyond, but I could see shapes, figures crouching, moving just out of clear sight. Those are people, I said quietly. They're trapped. The first man's face tightened. They're prisoners of their own choices, or of the cult's design. Either way, they're lost. Cult? The word slipped out, shock punching through my disbelief. The second man nodded grimly. We don't talk about it much, but it's real. This area, these caves, it's their domain. They use the darkness to vanish, to take people who wander too close. They keep them hidden, feeding off the fear and silence. I glanced back toward the trailhead. The night was deepening, stars smothered by thick clouds, the forest around us pressing in like a living thing. Turning back now meant walking away from what I'd uncovered. But moving forward into the caves, into that suffocating black, felt like stepping off a cliff. I want help, I said again, voice firmer this time. There has to be a way. The first man sighed, a sound heavy with years of regret. You don't understand how deep this goes. The cult's not just some group of crazies in the woods. They've been here longer than any of us. They've got eyes everywhere. Suddenly, a wet, choking sound came from the cave's entrance, a sob or maybe a cough. I froze. The beam of my flashlight caught a figure stumbling forward, a young woman with dirt-smudged cheeks and wild eyes, her clothes torn and soaked in grime. Please, she whispered, collapsing against a rock. Help me. They'll come back. My hands trembled as I crouched beside her. The smell of decay clung to her, but beneath that was something else, fear, raw and palpable, like a living thing pressing against my skin. The men stepped back, their faces unreadable. She shouldn't be here, the first man muttered. It's too dangerous. I don't care, I said, voice sharp. We can't just leave her. Her eyes locked on mine. They watch everything. They know who comes close. Once you're marked, there's no leaving. I looked at the two men, then back at the girl. The weight of their words crashed over me. I was already marked. By curiosity. By the simple fact that I hadn't turned away. We have to get her out, I said. No matter the risk. The second man shook his head slowly. You don't understand. There's no way out unless they say so. But you're here, I said. You're not part of it, right? What are you doing? He looked away, jaw clenched. We're watchers. Sometimes guides. Sometimes prisoners ourselves. We try to keep others from falling in. A bitter laugh escaped me. By standing here in the dark, telling me to leave? That's your idea of help? The first man's eyes narrowed. It's the only way most survive. I glanced once more at the girl, who was trying to catch her breath, her body trembling. I'm not leaving. Something in their faces shifted. Anger? Fear? I couldn't tell. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from deeper inside the cave. More figures emerged, their faces pale and hollow, eyes wide with desperation. I swallowed the lump in my throat. These weren't just shadows anymore. They were victims. We can't take them all, the second man whispered. If the cult finds out, they'll come for us next. But if we don't, then this place becomes another graveyard, he finished. Nobody wants that. I stared at the faces, the silent pleas mirrored in their eyes. And somewhere deep inside, I realized the truth. There was no turning back. I was tangled in something far bigger than I ever intended, and the path ahead would change everything. The girl's voice broke through my thoughts. They're coming. You have to hide. A sudden chill swept through the cave, and the flickering lanterns cast monstrous shapes on the walls. The men exchanged urgent looks, and I felt the gravity of the moment pull me under. I took a breath. Then we hide. And we fight. No tool. No false bravado. Just the will to survive. Behind us, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, soft, deliberate, closing in. The darkness wasn't empty anymore. It was alive. And it was watching. The footsteps grew louder, slow but unmistakable, each step a deliberate claim on the silence we tried so hard to hold. My breath caught in my throat, and I swallowed it down, tasting the bitter grit of dust and damp stone. The lanterns flickered at the edges of my vision, casting long, twitching shadows that seemed to breathe with the dark. "We don't have much time," the girl said, her voice low but steady, a fragile thread weaving through the tension. She glanced toward the narrow passage behind us, where the faintest glow hinted at deeper caverns. "They're close. You have to trust me." I nodded, my hands trembling as I adjusted the strap of my backpack. I could barely focus on the faces around me, the men who'd risked everything to reveal this nightmare, the hollow eyes of those trapped in the caves, their bodies pressed against the cold stone like ghosts waiting for rescue. But the truth was heavier than the air we breathed. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and the cult's reach was long. The first man, the one who had spoken before, motioned toward the narrow tunnel. "This way. It's the only chance." I followed, crouching low to avoid scraping my head on the jagged ceiling. The smell of wet earth and something sour, old sweat, fear, filled my nostrils. My flashlight flickered unsteadily, the batteries dying faster than I expected. Shadows danced just beyond its reach, and I could hear faint murmurs, voices too soft to understand but chilling all the same. Halfway down the passage, the girl suddenly stopped and pressed a finger to her lips. "Listen." A whisper, a shuffle. Then a voice, muffled but clear enough to freeze me in place. "You shouldn't be here." The second man stepped forward, his eyes hardening. "We're not here to fight. We just want them out." Silence followed, thick and suffocating. Then, footsteps, more than before, echoed in from deeper inside. Not the hesitant steps of seekers, but the measured, controlled march of those who owned this darkness. "We have to keep moving," the girl urged. "They'll seal this off soon. They always do." I swallowed hard, the air suddenly staler, colder. My fingers brushed the rough stone walls, slick with moisture. The floor beneath was uneven, littered with small rocks that shifted underfoot. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, like rust or old blood. We rounded a bend, and I nearly stumbled over a pile of discarded belongings, tattered clothes, cracked bottles, a worn-out shoe. The evidence of lives lived and lost here gnawed at me. The girl pointed to a narrow crevice barely wide enough to squeeze through. "There's a chamber beyond this. Some of them are trapped there. We can't leave them behind." I hesitated. The others exchanged glances, the weight of the decision pressing down on us. But there was no alternative. I slipped through first, scraping my shoulder against the rough edges. Inside, the chamber was larger than I expected, though still cramped. Flickering lanterns hummed from rusty hooks along the walls, their light casting an eerie, sickly glow. And then I saw them. A small group huddled in the corner, faces pale and eyes wide with disbelief. Their clothes were dirty, torn. Some sat with their knees drawn to their chests, others leaned against the walls, their bodies slack from exhaustion. One woman looked up, her lips trembling as she whispered, "Thank God." I swallowed past the lump in my throat, my own voice barely a breath. "We're here to get you out." "Who are you?" a man asked, voice hoarse. "Why now?" Before I could answer, a sound from the tunnel made us all freeze, a low murmur that grew into a chant, rhythmic and haunting in its persistence. "They're coming," the girl said, eyes wide. "The cult." Panic bubbled up, but the men and women in the chamber steadied themselves, some clutching makeshift bundles of food or scraps of cloth. "We can't stay," I said, urgency breaking into my words. "We have to move, now." The second man took charge, organizing the group with a quiet authority that surprised me. "Form a line. Stay close. No one lags behind." We began to crawl back, the air thickening with tension. The chanting grew louder, closer. My flashlight flickered again, and I cursed under my breath, wishing I'd brought extra batteries. Suddenly, the girl stopped and held up her hand. "Listen." From the darkness ahead, a voice called out, soft, almost gentle, but laced with menace. "Why do you run? This is home. You belong here." Crazy, right? I felt my skin prickling, hair standing on end. The cult wasn't just a rumor or a story whispered in town bars. It was real. Ruthless. Patient. The man in front of me tightened his jaw. "We don't belong to anyone who kidnaps and hides people like animals." The voice laughed, low and cruel. "Animals survive. You don't." The passage ahead seemed to close in around us, the walls pressing tighter, the air growing colder still. The chanting swelled, a tide ready to crash. I glanced back at the faces behind me, hope and fear tangled in their eyes. I wanted to promise we'd make it out. But the truth pressed down like the weight of the earth above us. This was far from over. Then, suddenly, the floor beneath me shifted. A loose stone gave way, sending a small shower of gravel tumbling down into a hidden crevice. Silence. Complete silence. And then, footsteps. Not from behind. From the side. Shadows moved just at the edge of my flashlight's beam, slow, deliberate, closing in faster than I expected. The cult had found us. I swallowed the rising panic and forced my legs to move. Forward. Always forward. Because in this darkness, stopping meant vanishing forever. The cold seeped into my bones as I crouched by the cave's jagged entrance, flashlight trembling in my hand. My breath came out in ragged puffs, the faint light flickering against the damp stone walls, casting shadows that moved like living things. I forced myself to swallow the rising tide of panic. This was no hallucination. Those were people inside, trapped, desperate, and silent. Earlier, I thought the shadows were tricks of the trees, the wind playing with leaves just beyond my flashlight's reach. But now I knew better. The unnatural stillness, the way the darkness clung to those shapes, they were human. Real, breathing, suffering humans. I remembered what I heard that night on the radio, the vague report about disappearances near these woods, always blamed on careless hikers or wild animals. No one talked about the caves. No one knew what lay beneath the surface. The scent of damp earth mixed with something else, an acrid, metallic tang that made my stomach twist. Old blood, maybe. Or rust. The air was thick, stale, like the breath of a sealed tomb. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my hands as I edged closer, the beam of my flashlight sweeping over crude markings etched into the stone, symbols, or maybe messages left by whoever had been here before. "Hello?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the darkness. No answer. Just the faintest rustle, like fabric brushing against rock. I crouched lower, heart hammering. "I'm here to help." A face emerged, pale in the weak light. Hollow eyes stared back at me, wide and unblinking. The lips parted, trembling. "Help," she whispered, barely audible. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing larger. "How did you get here?" My voice felt strange, like it belonged to someone else. I wanted to reach out, but the uneven ground made every movement uncertain. "We were taken," the woman said. They come at night. The cult. They use the darkness to hide. Her voice was fragile, like a thread ready to snap. We couldn't escape. The word cult echoed in my mind, confirming the worst. These were no random victims. They were prisoners. The shadows I'd seen weren't mere tricks, they were people, swallowed whole by a secret that thrived in the blackness. I glanced around, seeing others now, huddled figures pressed against the walls, faces gaunt, eyes hollow. Their clothes were filthy, torn in places, but their hands clutched at each other, seeking comfort in the shared nightmare. One man, older, with a beard tangled and streaked with dirt, nodded weakly when I looked his way, gratitude flickering in his eyes. My fingers brushed the jagged rock, searching for a foothold. The entrance was narrow, but I had to get them out. Somehow. Fear threatened to root me to the spot, but something fiercer pushed me forward. The need to save these people, to see daylight again, made my limbs move. Can you walk? I asked, voice low but steady. The woman's gaze flickered to the others, then back to me. Some of us, she said, but there are others. They're too weak. I looked deeper into the cave. Shapes shifted, some barely moving, others whispering to themselves in quiet despair. It was worse than I thought. The air was too thick, the darkness too complete. I knew I couldn't just drag them all out by myself. I needed a plan. Listen, I said, crouching closer, I'm going to get help. I promise I won't leave you here. My voice cracked, but I forced the words out. You have to stay calm. Stay together. They nodded. Hope flickered in their eyes, a fragile ember that I prayed wouldn't die. I backed out slowly, careful not to trip on the loose stones. Once outside, the night felt sharper, the cold harsher. The smell of pine was stronger now, the earth beneath my boots soft and damp. I pulled my jacket tighter and pulled out my phone, hands trembling as I dialed 911. The operator's voice was calm, professional, but I could hear the skepticism lurking beneath. You're sure about this location? She asked. I gave her the GPS coordinates, my voice steady despite the pounding in my ears. There are people trapped in caves near the trail. They're victims of a cult. Please, send someone. There was a pause. Then she said, we'll dispatch a team immediately. Stay where you are and keep your flashlight on. I hung up and looked back at the cave, the darkness swallowing its secrets once more. The shadows inside were still there, waiting. Minutes stretched endlessly. The forest was alive with sounds, the snap of twigs, the rustle of animals, the distant bark of a dog. My flashlight's beam darted nervously, catching glimpses of the trees, the uneven ground, the path I'd almost missed on my way in. Then, headlights. Flashing reds and blues bounced off the trees, followed by voices calling out. Relief flooded me, but it was tangled with guilt. I hadn't rescued them yet, not really. I was just a messenger. The rescue team moved quickly, professional. They set up lights, ropes, and radioed for backup. I stayed back, watching as they disappeared into the cave's mouth, the shadows retreating into the light. Hours later, when the first of the trapped emerged, blinking in the glow of the floodlights, I saw the weight of what they'd endured etched into their faces: fear, exhaustion, a fragile hope. The woman who'd spoken to me was helped out, leaning heavily on a rescuer, tears streaking the grime on her cheeks. A reporter approached me later, microphone thrust forward, but I couldn't speak. Words tangled in my throat. I just nodded, letting the silence carry what I couldn't say. That night, back in my small apartment, the city's hum felt distant, unreal. I stared at the dark window, the memory of those hollow eyes burned into my mind. I'd gone out looking for solitude, for a night to clear my head. Instead, I found a secret buried in darkness, a horror born not of monsters but of people. I wondered how many others were out there, hidden in shadows, waiting. Sleep came reluctantly, and when it did, it was restless. The images haunted me, the faintest movement just beyond the light, the whispered pleas for help, the weight of silence in a world that refused to see. But I wasn't the same person who had started that hike. I had looked into the darkness and found humanity. Not the kind that comforts, but the kind that unsettles, demands action, and refuses to be ignored. And maybe, just maybe, that was the most terrifying thing of all.